All right. What's up, everybody? This is your boy Chainsaw. I don't know that I've had enough caffeine yet today. But we're going to work on that. We are absolutely going to work on that. What's up? How we doing? Mata Ursa, good to see you. Cammy, good to see you. Lily Fruity, good to see you. How you doing? All right. So we've got some guests coming in. Going to have a little chit chat here in a bit. But while we're working on it, let's take a look and see what that news be doing. We gate up CCC chat just a little bit for Pride Month, so that's pretty fun. If you get a chance to take a look at some of those nice new emotes we got. We got some from I stole some from some of the homies also. So we've got what do we got here? I'm not even sure. We stole some from Tipster. We've replaced the troll roll with one we actually stole from Justin here. The news troll, right? We stole some from Prawn, so that's exciting. I didn't even know I could do that, really. So that was news.
You got to start tanning your balls, bro.
Godless Rain, 22. Thanks for the follow, buddy. But yeah, I didn't even know I could do that. Just totally stole some emotes, so that's awesome. I love that. I love that for me. It's great. I just found out today. So it makes acquiring emotes, even like another streamer's like subscribed emotes, even easier. So like we can pull them from BTTTTTTT, and we can pull them from Franker Faces, but we can also pull them just from the Twitch channel. I don't know if that works that way for YouTube, but pretty cool. Warlord, what up though? Good to see you, buddy. Damn, we get that smoking cat in here. We'd literally have all the mods. Give us the memes. Yeah. So speaking of which, Warlord, you're gonna love this. Check out what we got. Justin came by last night and it inspired me. Did I do it right? Nope. Check this out. Look what we got. I stole that shit. Love that? I know. I didn't even know I could do that. It's great. Absolutely fantastic. By the way, if you're here, don't forget to like the stream VOD on YouTube. If you're following me on Twitch, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Subscribe on the website. Pay me money. Get a cool highlighted chat name, just like Warlord. Except it'll be a different color, because Warlord's a mod. So it'd be like that. And what the hell is that? Did I leave? Oh, I left Facebook on. Okay. All right. We got a few minutes here before before we're scheduled to have guests at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central. So I did want to take a look at something real quick. This was, I think it was Angel who brought this to my attention. So let's take a look here. Instructions clear. Now downvoted the YouTube. True. Very good. Very good. Jojo on YouTube chat. What up, Jojo? Get over here and site chat, buddy. You're like the only VIP, I think. By the way, we had a pretty good turnout last night for stream. That was pretty awesome. TBH. Justin Freakin stopped by. Epic Prawn stopped by. Fucking Tipster stopped by. Wolfman from GSN stopped by. It won't let you. Oh man, what'd you do? Forgot the password. All right. Give me just a second. Okay. Dun-dun-dun. Hang on. All right, Jojo, I've reset your username, so if you want to go ahead and re-register that, you can. That's been happening a couple times. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and re-register your username, you can come on in. It tells me to log in or subscribe. What? There's a help button on the on the chat if you're having issues with that. I also took the instructions in the help button and reposted them in the Discord for folks just in case. But yeah, you should as long as you're still JoJo Beans, you should still pop up in our chat with the VIP chat highlight. So you're like the only VIP here. All right. So I'm pretty sure this was brought to us by Angel a couple of days ago, and I wanted to go over it last night on stream, but we did not have time because we went all over my big cancellation. Oh yeah, also so Wolfman from GSM was in our Facebook chat last night. I guess lurking. That was pretty cool. But anyway, so this was brought to my attention the other day. I want to go over it real quick. Author says she regrets using Dolly Parton in essay that sparked widespread backlash. What? Not Dolly. Not our Dolly. What do you mean? That's wild. Let's take a look. Dolly Parton's fans are defending the country music icon after an essay in the Federalist conservative news site went after the 78-year-old Jolene singer's faith. Earlier this week, due to her support for the LGBTQ community. Oh no, not my Dolly. Oh no, she's not in with the LGBTQ CIA mafia. Oh no. The headline, there's nothing loving about family. There's nothing loving about Dolly Parton's false gospel. I'm just making words up. Jojo. Oh shit. Let me switch this up. One second. I got you, buddy. I got you. Where are you at? VIPs. All right. Hold on. All right. That should work. So then the next thing that you type should be where we need that to be. And I can actually, yeah. Where am I at? Where's chat? Oh, God. Okay. That should work. All right. So there's nothing loving about Dolly Parton's false gospel. Caught many people off guard. Supporters flooded social media with messages critical of the essay, and the writers now express regret for using such a beloved figure to make her point. Here's what to know. Federalist writer Erica Anderson criticized Parton for her non-judgmental approach to life and her claim that she loves everyone, including members of the LGBTQ community, whom she supported in interviews. Anderson argued that if Dolly Parton is a Christian, as she proclaims, she should call out homosexuality as a sin. Parton's version of love, which includes condoning immoral sexual behavior, be who you are, she said, is unaligned with God's vision for humanity, Anderson wrote. And isn't this just unironically? Okay, so we talked a lot about this last night, about how radical feminists within pop feminists, the sphere will push that their brand of feminism, i.e., radical feminism, is the one true, feminism, and that everything else is just whatever else. It's not real feminism. And then they appropriate elements of intersectional feminism, but it's still just radical feminism, but it's rebranded as intersectional because they use women of color to push a radical feminist message. Very much the same thing as what we see in evangelical and Pentecostal evangelical circles, where they will take, okay, that's cool. Didn't know it did that. Okay. DM me later if you want it that way, or just JoJo, whatever. That's cool though. Because I can fix that too. Is what I was explaining to Tipster about the difference in my website and the one he's getting. But yeah, in the same way that evangelical Christians will push that their particular brand is just Christian. See, evangelicals, they won't say, "Oh, we're Pentecostal. We're evangelical Pentecostal Wesleyans. We're a specific kind of Wesleyan that follows this." Da da da. They might call themselves Pentecostal. They might, maybe, but that's it. Other than that, they are just Christians, and they are just pushing a Christian message. And everyone else are something else. Everyone else is outside of the sphere, outside of the box, outside of the whatever, right? That's very much what you see with rad femmes and pop feminist circles. It's pretty much the same ideology. It's how you create a cult ideology. It's what tankies do, unironically. When you see tankies saying shit like, "Oh, we're communists, we're socialists. Everyone else is a shit lib." Also, the word tanky doesn't actually mean anything. It's just used to knock people who, it's just used by liberals to knock people. It's unironically cult shit. And that's what we're seeing here. Is unironic cult shit. Southern Baptist ban members from using IVF. Holy shit. Yeah, so it's like Twitch, the VIP badge that you used to have. But it's just the chat highlight now. Kind of like Warlords is the instead of the sword in the green, so it's just the chat highlight. So it's kind of a play off of Twitch. Let's see. And also different from everyone else's. So, Dennis told Yahoo Entertainment on Saturday that the widespread backlash made her realize she shouldn't have used Parton to press her argument. "I regret using Dolly as the example for the point I was making in the article," she said. "As I wrote in the piece, I love her and think she does some incredible things for the world. We all make poor choices in how to frame things sometimes. This is one of those moments for me. Dolly's one of the few people who's beloved by all and who loves all. The world is lucky to have her." What Dolly Parton said about her faith. Parton tends to speak generally about her faith and love of God. In her 2020 book, Dolly Parton, Songteller, My Life and Lyrics, she said, "I'm not that religious, but I'm very, very spiritual. I grew up in a very religious surroundings. I grew up with a Bible in the background, and I'm glad I did." In 2023 interview with The Guardian, Parton said, "I said that a good Christian, I ain't a good Christian to think that I am so good that I can judge people based. That's God's job, not mine. So as far as politics, I hate politics." We'll go with that. All right. "They came for Dolly, rewrite at dawn," one fan wrote alongside a screenshot of the article. "Folks, a land war in Asia is the second biggest blunder anyone can make." Another added, "The first coming for Dolly Parton." True. "No, you do not come after Dolly Parton. You absolutely do not," a third shared. "I will go after anyone on this app except Dolly Parton," another shared. "Delete your whole account." Also true. What Dolly Parton has said about the LGBTQ community. While Parton may detest politics, she spoke to The Hollywood Reporter in 2003 about how the recent onslaught of anti-LGBTQ legislation affects people she loves. "I have some of everybody in my own immediate family, and in my circle of employees," she explained. "I've got transgender people, I got gays, I got lesbians, I got drunks, I got drug addicts, all within my own family. I know and love them all. I do not judge. I just see how brokenhearted they get over certain things, and I know how real they are." Fucking based, bro. She continued, "I know how important this is to them. That's who they are. They cannot help that any more than I can help being Dolly Parton, the way people know me. If there's something to be judged, that's God's business. But we're all God's children, and how we are is who we are." Fucking based, though. Oh, you have to pay me for that. JoJo's VIP. Warlord is a mod, and I am Chainsaw. but everyone else has to pay me for that. You can go to chainsawccc.com/memberships, or up above the chat there should be a button that says subscribe. You can subscribe and make a contribution on Ko-Fi, and we can get you a chat highlight. I'll actually show you how to do that. Here. Chatter asks about self promos. Let's fucking go. All right. So when you come to the website, you'll see this. Actually, you won't see that. Rather, you'll see this. You can go here to subscribe, and you can gift a subby. You can sign up for a level 1 membership. It's $5 per month. You get this kind of chat highlight. Ta-da! Level 2, $10 per month. You get this color chat highlight. Level 3, $20 per month. You get this color chat highlight. Level 4, what the fuck is that sound? What is that? There's like some weird static, but it's all... Level 4, and they also have names, so that's pretty fun. You can be Chainsaw's Lyman, the most base CCC, practically Chainsaw. For $20 a month, you practically are me. And for the most recognition, and definitely probably not most likely going to get a ban, for $40 a month, you can be the boss, which is the most extreme and most based. What the fuck is that sound? Oh my god, I must have a short somewhere that's awful. As long as no one else is hearing that, I guess it's fine. I'm poor, sadly, but I still hang. Ah, that's cool. Level 5 become mod for green. Ah, true. Okay, if you guys aren't hearing it, I'm glad, because it sounds like fucking digging or something. I don't even know. Like mice in my attic fucking with my ground or something. I'm hearing it in this headset. That was god awful for a second. I don't know. It could be another earthquake. Who knows? It'd be like that out here. Anyway, so that's how you pay Saw. And it's a monthly charge. So, once you're in, you're in. And we were doing a thing last year where if you accumulate a level 4 sub, so once you've paid me $40, you get to have an emote of your choice put into chat. So that's awesome. Is it sounds from Factorio? It is not sounds from Factorio. I have all the Factorio sounds off. I actually have no idea what the fuck that is. It's horribly annoying. Okay, so it seems like our guests are ready. So let me go ahead and jump over here. Make sure this is all good. And we can start this process here. Where is... yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah. All right. How's that look? Okay, cool. Is it just me, or does that look really tiny? How's that looking to you guys? You see that? I guess so. All right, well, there it is. Okay, so whenever y'all are ready, just jump into screen time, and you should be good to go. Yeah, I can definitely hear you, buddy. If y'all got earbuds or some kind of headphones or something, are y'all together or? Okay. Yeah, there's like the slightest little bit of feedback from my side also. Yeah, no, I can hear you perfectly. Yeah, so that's the cool thing about this is it's like, unironically, the first ever Pride event in the area. You know, and that's that like that's the thing that I was mentioning last night is that like they have Pride events in Springfield. They now have different events and things happening in what Poplar Bluff. I think maybe even around like Cape Girardeau, Sykeston. Although I never go that far east. Um, you guys can. Okay, hold on. My chat couldn't hear you there. Sorry. All right. So maybe we start this again. So, all right, if you would, just for the sake of the stream, go ahead and introduce yourselves. We can't hear guests. Yes, I know. I'm working on it. Thank you. All right. So, for the sake of our guests, if you would go ahead and introduce yourselves and what it is you folks got going on there.
All righty. My name is Cammie Storm. I'm the original organizer of the West Plains Pride Committee. And with me is my co-chair.
I'm Stevie Miller. Good to see y'all.
We're doing our first ever Pride in West Plains, Missouri here. Surprisingly enough, we haven't had hardly any pushback. It's been overwhelmingly positive.
Well, that's good and kind of a shocker. I say that, but
I walked into City Hall and I was introduced myself and I was like, "Hi, my name's Cammie Storm. I'm bringing Pride to West Plains, and I would like you to show me what I need to do that right." And she showed me the paperwork I needed to fill out. Before I even did that, I contacted Promo Missouri, and they helped put me in contact with other Pride organizers. So right off the bat, the first thing I did was find out what I needed to do and how I needed to do it from people that have been doing it for years.
Yeah.
And we ended up joining the Arkansas Pride Alliance and going down to Conway to their Pride Summit so that we could absorb a little information there as well. Excuse me.
We're in good hands.
Yeah, we've got some good mentors. We started with 74 days. At the very beginning, there was 74 days and I was by myself. And now I have a wonderful team, the West Plains Pride Committee. They have my back and I have theirs. This has grown so much more than I ever expected it to.
Unbelievably big to be, I'm not gonna lie. I'm serious. I thought we were gonna have like a TumblrCon type shit.
Well, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I mean, I imagine it would be pretty big news for the area. As I mentioned before, and obviously we talked about a little bit last night on stream that like this is the first time that something like this has ever taken place in the area. There's, obviously that they have Martha's in Springfield. They have Pride events. So just I think we all attended a pretty massive one this last weekend, which. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't catch you folks there, but I saw quite a few other folks that it was a nice touch grass experience for me. And I've been to a few events a little bit further east, in eastern Missouri, Poplar Bluff. I'm sure they got stuff in Cape Girardeau, Sykeston, but this is as far as like central Missouri, south central Missouri, as far as like that portion of the Ozarks, right? It's never been done before. Nothing like this has ever been done before, to my knowledge. And I've been around, for a minute.
Yeah, Hardy, Arkansas, they have a small Pride, and that's actually closer to Springfield, isn't it? Like 70 miles or something like that, probably. But they have a nice little Pride set up there. It's nice. I enjoyed that. We went down there last month to visit theirs. And actually, the only prides I've been to before I'll be going to mine on Saturday, I went a few years ago down to Hardy, and then I went this year to Hardy, and then I went to Springfield. and then I'll be going to my pride. That's the only prides I've ever been able to go to before.
That's cool. And so any of the, oh, go ahead.
I went up to St. Louis, but that was before I was like out or anything. So it was a lot different of an experience than the ones I've been here in Springfield where I have been out, and
Let's say,
bringing it here. This is the first.
we say,
Anyway, go ahead.
we say what's going on in St. Louis, maybe a little bit larger, maybe a little bit more grandiose. I'm sure that internalized feeling of being there and you know, being out and being like, okay, this is for me, da da da. Even if it's smaller, you know, it is quite a different feeling. Just in general, yeah.
I feel like we've had overwhelming community support here in West Plains, like so much more than any of us thought.
And like the feeling that we got like at Springfield Pride, like just being comfortable and just feeling joy with other, you know, queer people. That's even though ours is going to be smaller, it's going to have that same joy, that same comfort and community, and we're bringing that to the West Plains community. So it's needed
Right.
here.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And so, I mean, what?
You know what?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask what is it that you know, because you had the option of just going to the one in Springfield. You had the option of, you know, going to other Pride Fests, other Pride events, you know, outside the area. What was it that, you know? I mean, obviously, what was it that made you want to do it right there? But what was it that really made you want to do it right there? That made you think that this was, you know, as far as there being enough of a turnout or enough of you know, it's a small population. I mean, it's a small, well, it's a, you know, medium sized town compared to the area, 12,000 people surrounded by villages of 2,000 people, you know, slightly more, slightly less.
I had started, I was thinking about leaving the area. I felt so alone here, and I felt like there was just no community for me here. Just kind of done mentally, you know?
Yeah.
Well, just didn't have friends, didn't have community, and nobody liked me. And a friend of mine told me about the folks group that Aaron Rigdon runs. And I went down there and I met a few people. Then that kind of like went back the next week, met some different people, and I realized there are other trans and at least not like other people I think, you know. I'm a transgender woman, and it was nice to see other people like me, but I realized they were scared. So I bought me a flag and a shirt that says, if this flag offends you, then I'll help you pack. And it had a transgender flag on it. And I planned to walk for transgender visibility. I wanted to do it on International Transgender Visibility, but that fell on Easter, and I thought that might butt heads with community members here, so I did it the day before. And we walked from the Civic Center in West Plains up to McDonald's, and we stopped there at the People's Park along the way.
Yeah.
And I had a turnout, a little over a dozen people, and there were people that stopped and honked and waved along the way, and we had some good support. And I got asked, like, what are you doing for Pride? And I was like, I don't know. I just guess we'll plan something. And it just kept going in my head. And I just, what the, I never did. I'm sorry. Let's walk inside. But my neighbor, it just kept going off in my head. Like, I needed to do something. I needed to, and it turned into, I had to do something.
Right.
You know? And the next thing it was kind of, I had this fully formed plan in my mind as if it had already happened.
Sort of
I wanted
the
to start.
if you book them, they will come type.
Yes.
Yeah. The first thing in my mind we need a community center. I want the West Plains Pride Center. And to have that, we built a community with the Pride events and things like that. And I just knew right then I was doing it. I came home and I sent some emails and I got a hold of people and like Promo, Missouri, who turned me over to Shasta Johnson up there at Rollins Pride.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Shakura over there at the Glow Center. And I just called everybody I could. And I got a hold of Nick Butcher down there in Arkansas to get invited to the Arkansas Pride Summit. So I just I hit the ground running so hard trying to figure out how to do this right. I just know as bad as I need community and as alone as I felt, it's my job to make sure nobody else feels alone like that.
Right.
That's what my job is. And I have to do that.
That there's going to be other people in the area that feel the exact same way and that are, you know.
And I do like that. That was also me. I was also ready to leave town. I was ready to leave state because everything was feeling more and more closed in. Government's not supporting me. There's no anything. I just have a little bit of family here, and that's like it. So it's like I need to make sure I stay alive. And so I've also found the folks group and met Cammie. And so I do believe that it's very hush here. There's very underground, but there's a huge community. And I know it and I see it. It's just they're afraid to be out. And I'm not. I'm there. The instant I walked into town with blue hair and pronouns. So when I came back from where I was, because this was like the better, cheaper option, and I wanted to say we're gonna do better here.
Right.
And it's taken a while, but we have. I really feel like the community is stepping up here more and more, finding it's less afraid. I feel like once we see how awesome our party is this weekend, we're gonna have a good time, be safe, and
exactly.
You know, not to detract from the from the event but your story just it unironically just pieced a few things together in my head. Just got the old coggers turning, if you will. I'm trying to trigger my chat for coggers. But we've since I started streaming, we've been watching a lot of the anti-trans legislation. We watched that stuff live in 2023. Some of it in 2022 as well, as things were happening. We watched a lot of the hearings, in early 2023. And it's wild to me that you mention it in such a way, because for years we've seen people coming in from, especially since COVID, price of real estate's been going up through the roof. People have been leaving the coastal areas, coming more inland, moving to places like Texas, places like Missouri. You get the fun argument of, oh, everybody's moving in here from California, trying to make the whole place a bunch of liberals. And unironically, it's mostly folks who are coming in from those coastal areas, specifically California, who are coming in from red counties. They're coming in from Bakersfield. They're not coming in from fucking San Francisco. They're coming in from Joshua Tree. And so whenever they do, they're yes, it is raising the cost of living, but they're very much libertarians or conservatives who are moving here, or moving in from conservative districts because of the cost of living there, and because of the outrageous taxes that, all of the reasons why a person would in the first place. And so they're coming here to take advantage of, the low cost of living, the lower taxes, the lack of oversight on things like construction, maintenance, business expenses and whatnot. And the idea that queer people are specifically being targeted by the state government that is allowing for people to be attracted from these areas, and then we're rushing queer people out. It just, when you said that, I'm like, you know, I could sit here and I could watch these, you know, these hearings happen, and I could see people online talking about, oh, you know, I'm my kid's 11 years old, you know, trans, and I'm concerned about what they're going to be, you know, having to deal with as they're, you know, growing up here. I don't want my family, you know, living here and having to deal with all this stuff. And I can see that, and I can be like, oh man, that's like heartbreaking. Da da da. But it's like to put those two things together, like, you know, to hear a story like, oh, well, I thought about moving because, you know, the government, I feel like they're, you know, not working for me, but rather working against me. But then whenever I consider how, you know, how and in what ways those two things are working in tacit, it's like, oh my God. You should be able to take advantage. You shouldn't, you know, not only should you not have to worry about the government working against you in that sort of way, but also you should be able to take advantage of the opportunities that are afforded to people who are actually interested in moving to a place like Missouri. You know, the lower cost of living, the da-da-da, because it does cost so much. If you want to move to Seattle, it does cost an insane amount of money to move to a place like that. And you just should be able to take advantage of, you know, some of those opportunities that we have here, you know, be they few and far between, mostly economic.
And these projects in an LGBTQ center and public education is how we do that.
Right.
I mean, I can either leave or I can change things. And if I'm going to leave people out of the dark, I'm going to have to change things. So it's kind of like, I feel like I have this really strong responsibility in myself to change things, to make it better for people. And
right.
I have massive aspirations. I have so many irons in the fire as far as just like this pride, the trying to get the our not-for-profit, which we should have well before August, and getting up to an LGBTQ center here in town for a safe area for people to go. Just and beyond that too, I have a lot of plans to make sure, and I mean those plans include sitting up there in the state capitol and getting people involved and invigorated to go up there to the state capitol and make positive changes, and to go from every district, not just some districts. You know, we have to be out there, get our voice heard, and like we can live here and we can be at peace. All we got to do is just like invigorate our allies, and
right.
It's not that hard. I see.
It reminds me
And
of.
you'll find.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say you'll find out on Saturday because we're expecting such a big turnout compared to what I ever dreamed. I won't guess a number, but I had originally said a couple hundred people, and I know it'll be way more than that.
Well, you've got, you know, I mean, at the same time, it's, you know, it's a small area, it's a small location, da da da. And, you know, like you folks drove all the way out to Springfield. A lot of other folks, you know, from the area, who were just so excited about everything that's happening, you know, in your area. You know, I know drove out that far, but you know, with it happening right there, I mean, it's something to consider that like even all of the people who are living in all of the, you know, the villages of 2,000 people, you know, northeast and south of you, even folks, you know, maybe coming in from Arkansas who are just, you know, from the local area, and you know, I'm seeing just in when y'all post, you know, in your comments sections, you know, some folks who are definitely not real close to the location, but it's like, man, that really gives me a lot of hope that like, because they're going to be coming out there, they're going to be bringing their friends, their families, their da da da, you know, and that's pretty cool.
Back here just to see it because it's.
There's people that left because they felt fearful in the past that are coming back because of this pride, just for this pride. You know?
Right.
We may bring them back to this town.
This is home to a lot of people, and fortunately, a lot of people have learned to hate home and go somewhere else, and that's as he's saying in the chat there. We don't actually need to be leaving to have a good life. You shouldn't have to move.
Yeah.
Well, because and that's why I say, like, when I considered those two things in tandem, it's like, on the one hand, you've got government working specifically against queer people in this state, but at the same time, there are other opportunities that should be afforded to folks, just in general. The same kind of business opportunities, the same kind of economic opportunities, the low cost of living. I could spin circles around that, because my God, the rent is too damn high. Even in Missouri, by comparison to the average median income, especially in those rural areas.
We have one company owning 1,000 houses, and they get to charge what they want.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, if you live in a rural community, and your rent is what, probably, I'd say like maybe a third of what it would be if you lived somewhere in like urban St. Louis. But your income is probably closer to also a half or a third. In order to be able to afford to start in somewhere that was larger, a little bit more accepting, and even to leave the state, because my God, where would you go? You would actually have to travel for this. That means the cats, the kids, the whole shebang. It actually would take a significant effort to be able to find the disposable income in order to even begin. An ironic Mayflower story, just to get started somewhere, and to try and folks shouldn't even have to consider this, because there are other opportunities that are here to start a business, to to start a farm if you want to. Whatever. We got things, and if that's not good enough, just the sole fact that folks should be, happy and welcome in the place that they lived, grew up, and, whatever. Yeah. And shouldn't have to be concerned about, legislation specifically targeting their way of life. I've mentioned this before. I don't know if I mentioned this last night. I don't know. I'm sure you folks have seen me talk about this a little bit on social media, if not on stream. I'm a libertarian socialist, so that's the classical libertarian with a whole lot of it's very much anarchist influenced. I'm big on folks being able to just kind of do as they do, and I see a lot of that kind of in what it is that y'all, at least it seems like, what it is your reasonings for booking this event in the first place, organizing this event in the first place. It's not just a celebration of, we're just having a pride fest, bro, because like we like this is the thing you do, right? Or like, wait, never had one, so like, let's just do one. It's more, it feels more like a statement, the way that you describe it.
And think of it this way. Pride is for everybody that goes there to the festival and have fun, right? But even more so, it's for that person that couldn't go because of whatever fears, because of whatever their family, because of whatever reason they were unable to. And then they're going to see their friends talking about it. They're going to see the community talking about it. And it's going to affect them in a way where they know they're in a safe place. This is for the people that are in the light, but it's also for the people that are trapped in the dark.
Right.
It's mostly for them. And the more of us that show up there and have a beautiful time and celebrate, then we're reaching out and we're reaching into the hearts of those people that are trapped for whatever reason, for whatever fear. And we're showing them that this is a safe community. This is a tolerant community. And there are people here that will love you and accept you.
Right. Well, and as was mentioned earlier, I mean, like the first pride before a person even comes out. I mean, that's got to be jaw dropping and inspiring anyway, to just look around and be like, holy shit, look at all these fucking peacocks rolling around with the like people smiling and having a good time. Maybe I never seen this at the grocery store before. I want to I want to be a part of that, even in some type of way. And then to be able to go back home at the end of the day and do some introspection on why did I feel so fucking cool? Why did I feel so open about shit? Is it because this is what acceptance actually looks like? Could be the first time in a person's life they might feel that way, you know?
It probably will be.
I'm not gonna lie, it's life-saving care. It really is, because every new person that comes into my life that I get to surround myself with, that allows me to be me, I am so grateful for.
Hey,
I
yeah.
I feel
I
that, buddy.
can't even. Sorry, I'm good.
Living
I'm not my
authentic.
baby. It's okay.
Allowing people to be their authentic selves, no matter what that authentic self is in your presence, is everything.
Right.
And making a positive difference. It heals the soul.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and I mean, again, for varying reasons as to the why, you know, because like I say, it's you know, on the one hand, you could just be putting together an event because this is a thing we want to do on the weekend, but you know, in the face of not being able to, as you know, as I said, the way you describe it, it sounds very much like in the face of not being able to depend on a government in a not to throw shade, but on a community, you're taking the reins and creating your own community specifically for the purposes of you know, saying, okay, so people who don't feel like there's an option for you, there is an option for you, and we're going to do this now. This is there's a system that's in place that's supposed to protect you, and maybe it's not doing that so great. So we're going to go ahead and maybe just have one of those ourselves over here. And we're going to have this system that is in place that is going to, you know, better protect people and better, you know, create that communal vibe for folks. And that's wonderful. I dig that.
Like someone, it's like their, support that's gonna be walking around. Different booths with information. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention is going to be there. This again is life-saving care. So,
That's
pride is life-saving care.
all the way around. Mental health, physical health, and all the fun stuff too. There's going to be the cool booths and the dog walk, dog parade thing, live entertainment. We're gonna have some drag shows. So then come out the next morning there on a Sunday and have free pancakes with it. At
There you go.
8 o'clock in the morning. Come and drag, you get extra. We'll feed you no matter what, but come and drag to make it fun.
Right.
Then we'll just do our Sunday thing. I'm sure you've seen the schedule. We've got a lot of fun planned on Sunday too, but got a lot of.
I didn't. I'm really bad about things like that. I kind of just show up and wing it. Like they had an interactive map for the one in Springfield, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I bet that'll really help people. I just went and pulled in at the parking lot over there, the covered parking, and just started walking around aimlessly, see what's happening. Yeah, I'm like that.
That's how I am too. I wing everything.
Yeah.
I can try to write out a schedule or a script for stuff, but I'm gonna mess it up usually and just have to wing it. You know how it is.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm really bad about that. You know, even I mean, you know, y'all saw, you know, you guys were here last night while we were streaming. I had a ton of prepared content, ran it for about 2.5 hours. A whole lot of fun. Didn't get to none of that actually. So, you know, but that's, yeah, I imagine that, you know, at least for me, it'll be kind of the same thing. I just go down there, kind of take a look and see, you know, weigh the area, get used to the surroundings, you know, the autism kind of prevents me from jumping headfirst into things without at least, you know, taking too much of a look. But then, you know, going through and, you know, smiling, shaking hands and seeing what's shaking in the neighborhood, buddy, you know.
Today, the 15th at noon, we're going to have a pet parade. run by Lorelai, who's just an awesome lady here. And then we're going to do our opening up.
Yeah.
To have the who else going to be part of the opening up?
It's going to be me, the committee, anybody that wants to be speaking their story a little bit. I'll have a moment for that. And then we're going to get into
like you'll be singing to kind of close that off,
Yeah.
and like, yeah, I got to plug that. People got to come watch you sing. Okay, then at 2:00 we got Randy the Magic Guy, and then at 3:00 we'll have the men's chorus of the Ozark. Then at 3:30 we'll have drag story time with a very cute little thing. At 4:30 we'll have mom hugs. At 5 p.m. we got the drag show kicking off.
Sweet.
And then at 6 p.m. we're going to have Neon Scythe joining us and give us some live entertainment. And we'll close down after that, kind of pack it up for the evening. And then on Sunday at 10 a.m. we'll have the Dads and Drag. And like I said, even
I heard about that. Yeah, that should be interesting. Isn't there what is Dads and Drag, by the way?
so we're going to make some pancakes and have a pancake brunch. And
that's for
like-
dads. I mean, bring your dad. I'm gonna be in drag. Bring your dad in drag if you can. You don't have to. It's just
this is a way to
it
make
was
it
honestly
fun.
a way to throw a little bit more drag in it because apparently that makes people upset.
It's tried. People love drag, so we figured
Exactly, drag brunch. Okay.
drag brunch and just have fun with it and sit there and enjoy ourselves for a couple hours. Then at lunch, we'll kick off with dad hugs and dad stories for anybody that wants to share stories about their LGBTQIA. I mean, whatever younger family member that they want to talk about. And then at 1:00, we'll have Rebecca Freeling kicking off us live music. Then at 2:00, Randy the Magic Guy will be back. And then we'll have a Treefall LARPing group that's local here in West Plains that usually joins there at
They're
Galloway
really
Park
Sunday
every Sunday. They're there every Sunday.
We wanted to incorporate them because again, this is kind of a community thing. This is where they meet for their community. They do have members that are in the
And
LGBT community, and so they're very open, supporting, and we wanted to give them a chance to kind of talk about what they do, and have a moment with the community there.
Yeah,
Exactly. Then we'll go ahead.
I was gonna say co-opting the gig. Unironically, exactly what I'm doing here. I'm like, yo, there's a Pride Fest. I'm gonna get these folks on stream.
Yeah. Then at 4:00, we're going to have karaoke. And then at 5:00, we're going to go to amateur drag show. Anybody want to show up and drag and test your limits on it and just see how you are? Come out and do it. It is so fun. Just come hit the stage and let's sing.
Come out, lip sync. I'll even help you with makeup earlier in the day if you need me to. Whatever you need.
Just come out and have a blast. And
I'll do a couple numbers so everyone get comfortable. It'll be fun.
And then at 7:00, we're going to do the Wild Neon Scythe. And kind of in between there somewhere, we'll have the drawing. Now, we're going to have a kayak raffle going all weekend long. So you're going to want to get in on that. It's a pretty nice kayak.
I just found out I'm going to have a new interest in kayaking soon, so I'm definitely going to be getting in on some of that. I don't even do raffles. Like I'm like allergic to raffles. But I got to get on this one for sure.
Yeah, we're doing a 50-50 raffle and a kayak raffle. We'll have plenty of giveaways. I won't ruin the plans on the giveaways. So you don't get a giveaway. You'll see when you get there. It'll be fun.
Right.
We've had this person giveaway from a few different people, and I just some random gift bags we'll give to random people throughout the day, and a lot of fun booths. And we're gonna have a rock painting area.
Oh yeah, we still got the rock painting contest.
Yeah, and so paint your rock, put it on the fence, and let it be judged so that
Let
you
us
win a
know
free
what
prize.
you got. We're gonna put to judge as well.
Yeah. I'm gonna be selling, we're also gonna be selling some pride bricks or queer bricks, however you want to say it. You know what those are by chance?
I don't
It's just a
actually.
simple, it's just a simple red brick. I mean, the first pride was a riot, right?
Oh, right.
So you
Yeah.
take your pretty, and that's your pride brick. You know, it's just a souvenir. And if they're going to be reasonably priced, and if you want to go ahead and donate it back after you paint it and sign it, then we will use it in an art piece that we're going to be doing over the next, within the next, hopefully by Tito, I should have it done. I want to make a art installation somewhere for using some of those bricks and the West Plains Pride logo and something for Transgender Day of Remembrance. I'd like to use a few bricks of those. If anybody would like to paint a brick and put something, that's in their heart on for art on that brick, just kind of something that represents what that pride brick means to them and what
Yeah.
that stepping stone means to them. And then we can put that back into that art installation. That'll be, hopefully we'll be able to put it somewhere that'll be put on display for a while,
Yeah.
somewhere behind where it won't be, well, I was more or less thinking where it wouldn't be out the elements and to weather and be, damaged. Yeah, where it wouldn't be damaged. We'll leave it at that. What else do we got? We're gonna have some cooling stations, like the misting stations with the fans and air misters.
That's
Uh,
great.
cool.
I felt like I was dying last weekend.
Yeah.
It was necessary immediately from.
Mhm.
What do we get back from? Was
Oh,
it
my
literally
God.
like, please?
Yeah. I'm thankful that the homie Frog had me on a bottle of water. I stopped by and they were like, "Would you like some water?" I'm like, "Yes, I would." Oh my God, I'm so glad I came across your tent.
There's fun there. There is because I mean, make sure you bring plenty of water, but there will be water. And bring your big old floppy hat to keep the sun up. It's gonna be over 90 degrees. Bring your sunscreen, bring your hats. Dress for it. If you got an umbrella, bring your umbrella.
Right.
Because it's gonna be hot. The sun's gonna be serious. There's limited shade there. So make sure you're safe. It's hot. So we all live in the South. We know how to do it safe, but just in case, big hats, plenty of waters, bring your tumblers. If not, buy it. Instead, don't bring your tumblers, buy your tumblers. We got plenty of booze to buy. And yeah, stay hydrated.
Yeah, definitely more than Red Bull for sure.
Yes. Energy, water.
Water before and after, I've heard.
Yes.
Oh, what is it?
Now we're at work. So
water before and after if you do like an energy drink or iced coffee or something.
Oh, yes. For sure.
I also want to remind everybody, this is a public park, Galloway Park. So don't bring try to be respectful with smoking, like your vapes or your cigarettes or whatever. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people there. So try to step over to the road to have a cigarette,
As a smoker, that's what I'm going to be doing. You're going to see me in drag, taking a drag. It's adorable.
But we're going to try to have everybody at least step over towards the road and not leave cigarette butts and everything on the ground. And,
right.
Like even if vaping too, because
like to maybe do this again next year, probably. Yeah, make a bunch of sense.
Exactly. So,
for sure.
In place too.
If there are, and we're saying this to everybody, our volunteers and our allies, if if there are protesters, just don't engage. Let them say their thing and move on. Um, but at the same time, we got to show empathy and we got to show love to all. If they can hate for no reason, we can love them for no reason. We can give them cold water. We can give them an umbrella if they need it, and we can make sure that they're safe. I know the sentiment doesn't go both ways, but this is about loving my community, and it's my whole community.
Love thy neighbor, right?
Maybe give them cold water and maybe give them a sermon.
Maybe cold water in a cool spot, make sure they're safe, and let them know that even if we are all different, they see us as the other. We don't always have to be the other. It's hard to hate somebody you know.
Right. Oh, for sure. For
Cool.
sure.
Okay, I want to write this down.
Taking notes here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've pretty much established like the why and of course what it is that's going to be happening whenever you folks have the event. So what about what comes after? What are you hoping to see here? For possibly future events or just in the immediate aftermath. What's next on the agenda, I guess, or what would you like to come from something like this?
Summer, maybe we'll have a 100-meter dash drag race or something, a stiletto race, or I don't know. We've thrown some ideas around, but we do want to do something else this summer. And then in November, Transgender Day of Remembrance is very important to me. We'll do something, meet somewhere. I know it sounds weird to most people because I am an atheist, but not everybody that's like me is an atheist. So maybe on Transgender Day of Remembrance, we can find one of the local preachers here or the local churches to come out and sit with us and give us a moment of silence. Maybe help out some of us that have lost friends, whether it was people we were close to online or people we were close to in real life. Just put a hand on their shoulder, the ones that need it,
Right.
That's something that's very dear to my heart that I'd like to put together. Of course, we're going to start fundraising right off the bat to build up for an even bigger and even better Pride next year. I'm going to work on the learning how to do the grant writing better and making sure I do everything right. I have a goal to have an actual LGBTQ center here in West Plains, a place that people that live in West Plains can go and sit and be safe. I don't know what all it will entail. I don't know how big or small it'll be, but I know it'll be big enough that people will be able to come in there and feel safe, feel validated, and have somebody to talk to and be able to receive the resources that we
I
need.
so bad want us to have those resources because I very poor. I had to get my binder through the Glow Center. That's in Springfield. That's still a hard trek. Honestly, it's asking a lot to get up there and everything. So
Right.
I know that there's people that are gonna need access to that.
I thoroughly believe that every hardship that Stevie has been through and every hardship that I've been through is something that's just it's a hardship we all deal with. And if I can lighten that load, there's a lot of things that happened in my past because I'm trans that I want to make sure that don't happen to other people. I was in a church that did exorcism. And I did the conversion therapy as a child and all that fun stuff. And then as an adult, I grew up and I transitioned, and here I am. But I want to make sure that there's resources enough here that a parent will learn. My child isn't weird. My child is just trans or non-binary or lesbian or gay or somewhere in the queer spectrum or somewhere else wherever they might. You know? It's just my child's an authentic child. I just want
Natural.
I want people to understand that you don't have to be your child's first bully, you know? You can just accept and love your child. You can accept and love your neighbor. It's just that easy. You don't have to understand what makes a person trans to love a person that's trans. Just like I don't have to understand why a person is cisgender to love a person that's cisgender. It's confusing to actually have this fear to come out to our families and our loved ones. Well, I say our, but I should say y'all. I was one of those people that wasn't born with a closet or a filter. So I since I was a little kid, I was like, hey, why can't I dress like the other girl? Why can't I be treated like that? I never really thought I should have to hide it or anybody should. It got me in a lot of trouble, and I went to health wise for it. But I think that trauma. I think I can lead other people to make sure they don't go to hell. You know, that trauma is something no child and no adults ever have to deal with.
Well, and that brings me back to, kind of the way that it sounds like you've described your want and your why for this. And not to bring it back to politics here, but in the face of a lack of support from, well, not even just a lack of support, downright vitriol, and opposition from the folks that are sworn to specifically protect your rights, your liberties, not even just your monetary interests, your actual civil liberties.
Yeah.
Just in this state, that you're taking this opportunity to say, okay, so we have this. It's sub community that's going to be available, and it's going to be something that is just an actual, if not organic, then a what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm going to use a really horrible analogy. We used to do this in music whenever I was younger. In the lack of having a music scene, we would just kind of take a lot of our friends and introduce them to interests, or introduce them to music, and be like, okay, so you're a drummer now. Here's some drums. Learn.
Yeah.
We've got 3 bass guitars, and now we've got 5 bands. So like we'll all just like go to Springfield and play at a club, right?
Yeah.
You're astroturfing. That's the word I'm looking for. You're literally just astroturfing a queer community for the few and far sparsed out queer people in all of this area, this massive rural, lightly populated area, but astroturfing a queer community for them to be able to find a collective,
Yes.
in that, because they may be missing it in their specific communities, and certainly are missing that broadly. Unless they, like you say, go all the way to Springfield, which is from where you folks are at.
Yeah.
That's what, a good 90 miles,
2
maybe
hours.
even 100 miles. Yeah, right at that. Yeah. Or the other way, which is not the same.
Website called the Trans Legislation Tracker. Right now in Missouri, there's 47 anti-transgender bills under 8 different categories, whether it's the education bills or the healthcare bills or the performance bills, another bathroom bill they're trying to other like another bill for companies that they contract with. Uh, just all those bills are like just directed at stepping on the trans people. But what I've been trying to get people to understand for a very long time is we saw these actions in the past, uh, back with Hitler. They erased the trans people, and then they went after women's rights and Jews. And here in America, it's like the trans people, we're not really the target. We're just kind of the experiment.
The catalyst.
You know,
referencing the what is it? The Institute for Sexualwissenschaft. That was the first historic Nazi book burning. It was medical records for trans people.
Yes, and they went after us here in the United States, and they started being able to pass these little laws, just slinging so much mud on the wall and seeing what sticks until more sticks, and then they say we got this, so look how many laws there are against their existence. We must have more, and it just snowballs into one thing. You know what happened, right? Soon out, within a few years after the serious transgender attack started in the law, lo and behold, just like I said, we're the experiment, you're the target, and they rolled back Roe versus Wade. Like, we're expendable in this, is how they see it. They're attacking us to attack everybody's rights. The more they get away with transgender people, the more they can take from me is how much you've given up from you.
And
know?
I mean, it's a fight for body autonomy, like just in complete autonomy of yourself.
Well, we're talking about banning adults from HRT. My God.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what means that honestly, like I pushed my timeline ahead. I was going to get myself right and pay for it myself. But I ended up having to be pushed into going and getting the free services at Planned Parenthood because they were dropping, the attorney general was like, I'm dropping this right here and now.
Yeah.
So in order to make sure that I wasn't gonna not have access, like even in the future, I had to start and push my timeline a little bit ahead. It is honestly, I'm very grateful because apparently that was what I was missing in my world. I feel so much better, even just taking the shots. It's also shot night, so it's like,
yeah, it's
kind of being forced to deal with my body like something like than I planned because the government is kind of,
yeah, it takes me back to the good old days when they'd hold me down and pray over me, and or the better old days where if I didn't go along with the aversion therapy, I got to sit in the confinement chair all day or the restraint chair all day. And I don't need that again.
Jesus.
There's a million reasons why I'm doing this, but but the end goal, an LGBTQ center, hopefully with everybody I've contacted. It seems like a lot of other pride organizations are online. We're going to have a Missouri Pride Alliance pretty soon, doing the Missouri Pride Summit, and tie it all together so that we just have stronger bonds to each of our community. And I don't know how this became my job, but during that walk for Transgender Day Visibility, this became my job. This became what I have to do.
we really have like gotten really good bonds as the committee members. And it's also just kind of reached out, not just between each other, but like there's like a whole sphere of people that are just now
and
very supportive of us and like in our community helping it.
What really amazed me is how many people stepped forward and said, you need a committee, I want to be on your committee. And I had to make some really difficult choices, really hard choices. Um, uh, Jamie and Mariah, Aaron and Nick, and you, every one of you have given your 100% all. And I know it's just you and I here, but I still feel like Jamie and Mariah and Nick and Aaron are standing right beside us. And I feel like that all the time because they are. They're my crutch in life, and I'm their crutch in life. Like it's our job to hold us and this community up. And I'm the one that did almost all of the flyers and business contacts. And it's been 99% good. I mean, I've had some people just be like, no, I'm done, or there's no soliciting here, leave now. But the nine, yeah,
we walk out the door.
yeah, so but overall, it's been such a wonderful experience. I mean, I went over to Myrtle, they've got one gas station there, and I put one up over there. Immediately, two people took pictures of it. After Myrtle, I stopped there. Well, that day I'd stopped at Kosh on a few flyers. I had good response there. Went on down to Fair and Mammoth. I had a wonderful experience down there with everybody. Every business I went into, like, no, they didn't really want to donate because I'll be honest, I didn't have my not-for-profit yet. But if they ain't getting tax money back on their donation, they really don't want to do it.
Right.
So we'll be prepared for that next year. But anyway,
I mean, it's that added incentive just to, because even if they're impartial, they may still be like, oh, well,
How bad?
Yeah, Westlake, Tulane here in town gave us the tumbler cup for a raffle.
Oh yeah, the Ace.
Ace.
The amateur drag show prize is a Walmart gift card that was given to us from the Walmart.
Sweet.
Other things that chipped in anonymously and just a little bit of money here and there. But I've had some pretty heartwarming stories. Like there was one gentleman wearing he was one of the red hat wearing gentlemen, and he'd come up to me and he looked at what I was hanging there. And said, holy shit, you're having a fight? I said, yeah. And he looked at me and he said, you a hugger? And I'm like, yeah, come here. And
you a hugger?
So he did this great big hug. And he said, oh my God, I always have to go so far to be able to go to pride events. Having one this local means everything to me. And he just squeezed me super tight. Like he was really ecstatic and happy that was coming.
Right.
And then I was driving. I got hit like 6 small towns that day, passed out fires, and I ended up over in Winona. There was an older lady, and she said, "Honey, can I pray with you?" And before I could say a word, she grabbed my hand. So I bowed my head and I let her pray with me. And, to me, if somebody that truly believes that way wants to pray with me, wish me good fortune, I think that's like, at least from their point of view and mine, that's a compliment. They're doing the best they can in their eyes.
Right.
So she asked for, in this prayer, that West Plains Pride be successful and that it be safe and we have a great turnout. And it just really warmed my heart. I've ran into people that there's been really heartwarming stories all the way through this. I really wish that more people would have been able to be with me during the great times whenever I was handing out the flyers and stuff, because when they see you walk in the door, you can tell where you're needed. Because sometimes you walk in the door and say, hey, can I put up a flyer? And they either recognize me from online or they see what the flyer is and they're like, they just light up. They're like, I'm safe now. This is here, like this is happening. I'm safe now. And it's a wonderful experience.
It's really cool.
It's such a, and every member of the Pride Committee. I could never have gotten to the place I am, especially with Mariah with her Facebook. I mean, she just really turned Facebook around for us.
That's historic. That's going to be amazing.
And then this is his story. Like, this is one for the books. We had a big enough Pride and enough vendors to do a 2-day event for our first Pride. I mean, why would anybody want to miss that?
I mean, if 5 people show up, it's still historic, you know. That's kind of that was the thing that really keyed me. And whenever I realized that, I'm like,
I'm not kidding. Yeah.
It doesn't really matter what happens here. This, you know, if it ever gets done ever again or not, even, this is the first time that this will undoubtedly be talked about, you know, for the next century. This is the thing.
Won't be the end.
You
If we have anything to say, it won't be the end. But if it's the only one, like, it's still
When we were down there in Arkansas, I was talking to Eric Reese. He's part of the Human Rights Council. And he put his arm around me. He said, you know, if it's just you and one other person sharing a bowl of spaghetti, you had pride. And I said, damn it, you're right. God damn, that is just perfect because pride. If it's just the vendors that show up and sell stuff to each other, it's still going to be an amazing Pride.
Right. And with the performers, you know, that's, you know, there's a lot going on. That's, you know, and like I say, I just the attention that I've seen you folks getting online, you know, about this. I think this is going to be really, really something for the area. And something that it desperately needs, not just for queer folks in the region, but just for the general culture in the area anyway.
Yes.
Again, bringing this back to politics as always. You know, since 2022, and you know, I worked on a few of the campaigns on the side of it. You know, interviewed some candidates, actually did some you know, bit of canvassing while I was out there. Worked kind of side by side with candidates. You know, as far as putting together campaign swag and that, and in some cases actually working directly with candidates, putting together campaign swag. You know, 2022 we saw during the what am I looking for here? The midterms. We saw the largest influx of women running for office that we'd seen in the state's history. We also saw I think it was the most uncontested seats that had been run for in maybe not in the state's history, but in a long time. And that's kind of been the narrative that I think that a lot of Democrat candidates have been running on this year, is that less that Missouri is a red state or a purple state even, but it's an uncontested state. We have no idea. We know that it was a purple state, considered a red state now, but we really have no idea, because so many times do you have someone show up, run for office, and then, you know, by the by, that's it. You know, they sign their name on the paper, ask who their opponent is, and they get question marks. So our VIP in chat, JoJo, you know, is unironically running for office in I believe the same district that y'all are in there.
Yeah, I believe she's going to be a Pride event.
yeah.
Probably most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to be with the Democrat. Right?
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the folks that you know, she associated with that year associates with this year, same as me. You know, a lot of those folks are you know, running for office in seats that otherwise hadn't been contested before, and that's really been, you know, kind of the push. And since then, it's built momentum. You know, from 2022, even though obviously seats are, you know, were lost, but that message is out there. And now with what you folks are doing in you know, that part of the country, it's still going to create a larger, more vibrant, you know, the ripple effect, if you will.
Yeah.
To just let folks know that, hey, by the way, this is this is what's happening here. This is something that can happen here. And, when ironically, it's going to become canonical in the area. Like this is now, maybe not this year, but possibly next year, possibly a month from now, possibly the following week. This is going to be a staple of the total identity of the area, as early as Monday, when people look back at the weekend and think, well, we're doing this again next year, right? And the answer is an obvious yes,
I mean,
It's like I live
I think rather, I honestly think even if,
I'm not my pretty outfits all year round anyway. I just I'm tired of doing this alone. Y'all better come with me.
I honestly think that it's Pride, and what West Plains Pride has become an entity of its own. No matter who's driving, it's going to be. Since it was announced, I realized it just, as soon as it flowed off my tongue, the community was like, yes. And it grew in them as much as it grew in me. So what West Plains Pride is here. Whether it's these community members that's on it right now or somebody else. Now we all plan on being here for at least 2 years apiece on the committee and then a year to train the next person.
Right.
So it's something that the public is going to demand enough that it's going to be here. No, it's just too big now. It has its own life and
And
its
it's
own
not even
breath.
that like a large amount of things to demand it. Just I don't know, just a few. Literally a few people is all we really always need to reach. And that's what the community needs, is to see that we're here. That we can do stuff together. It's fine.
And we're gonna be safe.
Wear my rainbows and be okay out in public. And that's cool.
We're gonna be safe. The local police are gonna be close by, and we're gonna have our volunteer security people. And what else? We got. That's pretty. I feel pretty safe about it as far as like our volunteers and the police being close by.
They literally
really
are
don't.
right around the corner, like City Hall, the police station right there,
Yeah,
down the street, around the corner.
and like we might be getting a couple of people. I won't name no names, so. But we all kind of giggled and started it. But like, I don't really expect anybody to show up. Maybe a couple people during the drag performance, or maybe at the very beginning. But it's hot, They're not going to want to stand out there yelling and screaming all day.
Let's take it all night.
Yeah,
Sure.
and nobody. I mean, I believe it's going to be safe, and it's going to be an exciting time for the whole family. It's an all ages event. Bring the little ones, come out, and just have fun.
Oh, well, and that's why I say I think the influence that this will also have just broadly on
Yeah.
the culture of the area. There is so much utility there. Just not just for queer folks in the area, but for literally everyone to let people know that, hey, this is something that inadvertently is happening in your backyard, and it is now a part of your community, and
And
let's
face
literally have no choice but to make to get used to it. Otherwise, it's the saying. But
and Pride is a boost in the arm to the economic of the area. We're going to be
very much.
There's going to be hotels, maybe people coming and staying in hotels. There's going to be gas.
Some people that are going to that are using the inclusive business list that we have that Jamie made.
Yeah.
To get some food outside of the event.
Yeah.
Well, also remember, places that tend to be more inclusive bring businesses, they bring more corporate businesses. So this can help this area grow to be a more profitable area for all of us,
Yeah.
just by having more diverse and more accepting society.
Well, we see how much business it is, having a reputation of maybe or maybe not. It's not that accepting. And I say that to not throw shade necessarily, but maybe, I don't know. I grew up around yonder. It's not exactly the poster child of progressive, social atmosphere. At least from my experience. So maybe trying something different might be a good boost to the economy. I'm at least allowing folks to know that, it is a place to have, folks. Because at the end of the day, the most important color on that rainbow for some folks is the green one. So if that's what it takes to get, civil liberties protected, then, I'm not exactly a capitalist, but, I act utilitarian. This seems like a win-win for literally everyone. So why not give it a shot?
That the whole community wins on.
Mm-hmm.
Even the people that don't want us here are
That's
still gonna benefit from us being here.
It's not just for us, it's for allies, it's for anybody
Right.
to feel a nice sense of community. And we're starting with building a ground floor inclusive one at a nice party event. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I saw something that someone had posted about that they had someone ask if straight folks were allowed at the Pride event, and I thought, boy, that's cute. Yeah,
Figure out the night.
Well, just the idea that someone even mentioned that at all, I just thought, that's I mean, maybe that's more of a reason to get folks involved, because if that's what they're concerned with is this even a thing that I can do? It's like, well, hell yeah, buddy, come on in,
Yeah, everybody is welcome. Come up and spend the day with us and get to know us.
Right.
There's a lot of us that would love to tell our coming out story and our transition stories and our life story that would just love to tell that to you.
So you may not understand us, but that's the only way you're gonna get any shot at it is kind of actually coming out, listening to everybody's stories.
Yeah.
And not just
And bring $1 bills and $5 bills and even $50 bills if you want, because the queens need tips. They are so good. Okay, you watch some of them that we have up there in Springfield, like Baby Buddha and what was the other name?
Yeah, I don't know any of them. I just we're oomphies on Facebook, and I think we probably have a lot of other oomphies of folks that I do know in the area. But I mean, I've seen a few of them.
You've seen two?
Oh, I've seen a few of them, like just like in posts about different performances that, like they're I guess the troupe is the word that where a lot of them have like, I think it's either drag troupe or burlesque troupe. I think troupe is the word, where it's like a group of performers who work together mostly in different gigs. How little I know about stage shows in that atmosphere, but I think that's the word, is that they use troupe. It's like a band of performers, a band of drag dancers.
Like Boo Boo, whenever we started talking to them, and they're like, "Hey, I'd like to put that show together for you and put together your drag show," and I was like, "Oh, thank God, because I don't know what I'm doing."
She found us a bunch of good drag queens.
she has put together one hell of a show coming up.
That's cool.
And so, like I said, bring your tip money, and please, everybody come and watch. Learn what a drag show really is. Come and enjoy story time, the drag story time, so that you can see what that really is. And
Pick some really good books for children
yeah,
for those, and then also bring your tip money on Sunday because we do have again the brunch. If anybody wants to jump up and have fun out there too, we can do that. But we also have the amateur show. We do have our prize, but it's way more fun for everyone if you tip the performers.
yes, always tip your performers and cheer loud too.
True.
Don't be afraid to make your all right.
Yeah, it's not an Olympia show. You can get a little wild out there, you know, not too wild, but vocally wild. You know, that's where the Red Bull kicks in, you know.
Look, I cheer loud, and you're gonna hear me. You're gonna see me. I'm one of them. I do the boo boo boos, but I also tilt my head back and I give the roars like, roar, yeah. I mean, I do roar, I do cheer, and I have a blast, but that's because I'm loud.
The music always does seem to slap at the drag shows that I've been to. Yeah, it's definitely not what you're hearing on the old top 40, but you know, it's a lot of bangers.
That's for sure.
I mean, we've got like a playlist of bangers throughout the day too, like in between filler times.
Yeah.
I might have one area for it, but you also want to make sure that be overcoming like the magic show and stuff.
Right. And we also have, what was the other performer, the magic performer that's going to be walking Nielsen.
Nathan Magic Guy.
Yeah, Nate's magic guy. He's going to be working our crowd. I feel so bad. I'm so sorry, Nate. I should not have forgot about it. I feel like an asshole. But anyway. But it's gonna be so fun. I just magic and drag and just stuff to buy everywhere.
All kinds of information for the community. You're gonna have contraceptives.
Yeah, the health department donated a whole bunch of condoms.
Oh, nice.
That pressed down. APO gave me some harm, is bringing down some harm reduction kits for us. And
We got some Plan B
I got some kind of some sunshine sheds and dental dams and just stuff to make safe and have a safe, successful Pride and Pride night whenever you go home. It's a great fun.
Right. Compliments of the community. That's awesome.
Yeah, we got to be safe in all aspects of life, right?
Right.
Pleasure.
That's really cool. I'm just hoping that nobody else lucks out and gets that. How many kayaks y'all got again? Because I just need one.
You just need one.
I just need one.
My husband.
Oh, go ahead.
My husband teases me quite a bit. He's like, "So how much are those? How many raffle tickets can I buy?" I'm like, "You can buy as many as you want, but with you being my old man, you can't win them."
Oh.
He's like, "Well, I guess I'll just take two then."
Yeah, I've never been kayaking before. Never needed a kayak before, but I recently discovered that kayaking may be a part of my summer recreation. So it's it seems like a lot of fun. I'd never been before. It's not a thing that I'm pretty comfortable in the water, but this is going to be a new experience for me regardless. So
just you're going out there to flip over a bunch of times, and then like second or third time you go out there, you're going to kayak.
That's what I hear. How do you balance? Like, what once you go upside down, aren't you just kind of like there? I mean, isn't the same laws of buoyancy and the gravity gonna, the thing that keeps you afloat and balanced, isn't that the same thing that's gonna keep you like upside down and dead? Like, how does this even work?
You land, you pull yourself up, you swing over and use your hands if you don't lose your paddle. I recommend getting a sit on guy. That's the kind I got. Because I could go down the river and bounce off of everything, and if I flip it over, I just still sit on top of the bottom and go over there until I need to. But whatever kind you get, you just kind of like lean your shoulders with it, you lean the opposite way so that you just kind of keep your center of balance. And no matter, and then once it flips over, I mean, if you don't have one of the tube shirts that seal it off, it's gonna fill up with water, so you're gonna have to hop out, pull it over to the bank anyway.
I feel like I'm gonna end up with water in my ears or something. This is gonna be like horrible.
Plugs.
Yeah.
There's some good ones you can buy at most of the gas stations around here because they know we're all headed to the river.
That's fair. Yeah, I've been like in canoes and whatever, and it just, I've sank a canoe once. That was a lot of fun. But
way easier than a canoe. You'll be surprised.
Fair enough.
And I'm going over there from Blue Springs to Reimer on the Jack. Because that's just a beautiful float. You'll pass Dam Up Cave. It's a great place to hang out, do some jumping off the rocks. Just a gorgeous place.
Nice. Let's check it out for sure. Yeah. I've never been inner tubing. Also, I guess that's a thing. I don't know. Anytime I've ever gone to the river, it's just been, just go out for a swim. I don't know. I'm like a fish. You get me anywhere near water and I'm stuck. Like I live here now.
So I lived in Alton for a long time, Alton, Missouri.
Right.
And you got the point right there. It's deep enough in most areas you can free swim it pretty easy. So I did that for a few years, and I finally got me a kayak. I didn't have to want to free swim anymore. And I would just go twice as far. Right. I'm one of those people, I want to set in early in the morning and not get out till dark and see how far I can make it. I just have a blast on the river, but at the same time, if we're going and end up going just a mile or two, I'm happy with that too, as long as I'm in the water and playing around.
Yeah, that part of the country is actually what I try to reference to folks who are, not necessarily from Missouri, as far as like the spring fed water. I always tell them about the 11 point right there at Alton. And I'm like, okay, I want you to imagine it's 105 degrees outside with the heat index. You're basically melting. You're swimming through the air because the atmosphere is so thick and disgusting. And then you go out and you go out into the deepest, darkest cavern you could possibly imagine in this gorge in the middle of nowhere. There's no cell reception. There's nothing out there but you and the bears and the snakes and it's literally like the middle of Deliverance country. And you're just sweating and dying by the time you get there, and you crawl across the rocky road, and you see the rocks leading out to the inlet to the river. And as soon as your ankles touch the water, you freeze to death and pee yourself because it's like so friggin' cold.
That's so fast.
Spring fed. You don't want to go swimming no more. Think you're gonna get hypothermia and die. But if you stay outside the water for more than 10 minutes, you're going to realize that this is the only place to be.
I decided to go from above Greer, and I was swimming to Turner Mill from Cane Bluff, kind of walking and hiking and swimming the river. And I really regretted it whenever I got to where Greer Spring kicks out, because I'm floating along in the water. And it's decent temperature water, and then I hit that stream coming out from Greer, and I died for about 10 minutes. Just like straight up, I'm dead. It's just, holy shit, that's cold.
Frozen. All right. I'm telling you, I remember the first time I went there as a kid. I was just like, what, how? Like, this is They're like, oh, it's spring fed. The spring's like right over there. You can't see it, but it's like, it's right behind the bank over there. I'm like, this is insane. Like, it's so hot. And we went at like the nastiest time of the year too. So, it's just like dying outside, but like, yeah, you get in that water and you literally turning blue. You're just shivering. And me, I'm like 7 a.m. I'm like, can I get the water? I'm like 5 or something. I'm like, can I get in the water? Can I get in the water? They're like, sure, if you want to, buddy. Big mistake. Yeah, I did it. It was fun, but I'm back and shivering, itching from breakfast,
Definitely want to have a fire even on your hot days because of that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for
Just
sure.
So you warm up the river.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure.
And that's the thing. We have this beauty down here, and we have so many people that are LGBTQIA that just, we shouldn't have to leave this beauty just because we're LGBTQIA.
Right.
We should have these events here, and we should have these float festivals here, on the current river, the Jacks Fork, and right over here, like Hammond Mill. We should do these things just because we should. We have a community, and it needs to be brought up, and like we just need to do all these things. I don't know what all I got planned yet, but there's going to be a lot of things coming up.
That's awesome.
Some float fest, right? I mean, it'd be cool to have you go down the river with us once you get used to the kayak.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I say, I'm going to be doing a lot of kayaking this year. It's something that was kind of spurred onto me. What wasn't something that I had planned originally, but I keep getting invited to doing this here recently. So I'm like, all right, well, we'll give it a shot. It doesn't sound too treacherous. I don't know. I think my mother has been to done this before, and she's afraid of the water. Said that on stream. Sorry, Mom. Might be watching. But she's not a big fan of deep water and all that. So like if she could do it, surely I can get out there, and definitely earplugs though. It sounds like that's like a mandatory thing, because I don't know. I'm just water in the ears. I lose it, and then I'm stuck for like 5 days. Just
But bring you a thin pair of pants, long pants, to keep in a dry bag, and bring you a thin long sleeve shirt, because there's going to be a point in the day, no matter how much sunscreen you throw on you, you're just going to not be in the sun. But you're going to be in the sun no matter what. So you're going to need to throw that long sleeve shirt, that long sleeve. Just some. I take pajama pants and a pajama shirt usually.
there you go.
That's enough to keep off your skin. And, you get it nice and wet, and you'll actually stay cool as you're going.
Right.
Well, nobody wants to wear a life jacket, but do it anyway.
That's
Not
real.
want to blow up a real one.
Right.
If you fall off, you ain't got time to pop that button. You just wear a real one. Not the CO2 cartridge ones,
Right.
That's my safety tip for the day.
Yeah, water wreck safety. That's it. I read the stories.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
All right.
So what's next here?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, whatever you folks, I mean, the show is yours. I'm just here to, click the ad button every once in a while.
Else that I should, maybe that you think of?
Just keep in mind, I'll be clipping this afterward, and then re-uploading it on YouTube. I may, I'll be re-uploading it on YouTube. So, if you guys want it, I don't know like how you guys are doing like advertising or whatever, or if that's something that like maybe your people would want to see, you guys talking about this sort of thing or whatever. But if it's something that you want to share, I'll see about getting this clipped and then uploaded on YouTube like before the weekend. This way, if you guys have someone you'd want to share it to, or share it on your social media or whatever,
That would be
I'm all about free promotions. Promote my stream. Get your people to buy things from me. This is great. But yeah,
Yeah.
and unironically, what it is that you folks are doing, the message, the listing of events, and just because I did also want to ask, have you guys done any other, not that we're an important news show or anything, because play Factorio and say naughty words and make fun of local politicians, but have you guys done any other sort of media, like locally or otherwise?
Okay, we did the West Plains Daily Quill. They did a nice
Sweet.
piece about it. Really good piece about it. It's great.
We have the copies of that. We did, we've kind of got, an email situation where we emailed with, KY3.
Wow.
They, Amy actually like found them interviewing the Glow Center, a few days before Pride. They haven't reached out to us kind of since then, but kind of mentioned again, hey, it's like the first Pride in West Plains. Like, do you not want this on TV? Like, is this not like good television to you?
Right. That's why I wanted you guys. I'm like, I was like, oh, that's cool, man. They're doing a thing, and then whenever I saw, I think I saw Lulu posting something, about the event, and I was just like, dude, this is okay. We'll clip this out for whatever I send you guys. This is fucking history. Like regardless of how this turns out,
Yeah.
this is. This is groundbreaking. It's literally, you guys are literally pioneering this shit. It's never been done before. It's never been considered before. So regardless of how the turnout is, regardless of what happens, this is the thing that people are going to talk about again for the next century. When they look back at, anybody, if you guys, moved to Kansas, Thursday, and nothing like this happens again for 35 years, when they do it again, they're going to be referencing this. This is it,
Yes. So, hey, I would love to take a moment and just let people know how easy this is. All right.
Sure.
If you're in a community that you need a Pride, and you don't know how to do it, this is what you got to do. You go to your favorite park area and you rent your pavilion. And then you go to the city and you say, hey, I need a permit to have this little shindig that I'm running, and tell them what you're doing. You're going to bring Pride. And most cities ain't going to charge you for the permit unless you want the police or you want to shut down city streets and all that. But since I'm already in a park and I'm not doing a parade, other than the little dog parade thing that Lorelai's throwing together, then it's free. It's just you're doing the permit to let them know you're doing the permit. And it was for 2 days for the pavilion. For my cost here, it was $45 a day. Other areas might be a little more, a little less. I think I paid probably average price. And then I just went and told people, hey, my name's Cammy Storm and I'm bringing Pride to West Plains, Missouri. And you can do that too. You can make that change in your community. And all you got to do is just walk in City Hall and say, hey, I'm going to do that. And as soon as you get your permit, then you call around and you get a hold of other Pride organizers. It was super easy, super easy. And then you get a hold of insurance companies and you say, I need a little bit of insurance. So I ended up paying around $74 for the insurance. 1 + 2 mil insurance is what they call it for an event insurance for 2 days. So I sent that to the city. City said, oh, you got insurance. That's good. We're good then. There's your permit. So it's just that easy to make this difference. It don't have to be some rich corporation. I'm just some redneck high school dropout. I live on Social Security and I don't have no extra money. I just enough to do this, and then the donors took care of the rest. And you can do that. You can do that in every town. You can do that in any town. I promise you. You can make a difference.
Yeah, that was perfect. Showing up is 100% of the difference of being able to get something like this done, and or
You can show up. It doesn't matter if you show up late.
And,
As long as you show up.
and that first person that puts their pride isn't so big because I'm somebody popular. I'm a nobody. Very few people know me in this area. Okay. It's just the fact that it was time, and it's like that everywhere. It's you don't have to be rich. You don't have to have a lot of money towards it. It was so easy, and I'm embarrassed that I didn't do it 20 years ago when I first, when I found out it was just this easy.
Right.
No, don't get me wrong. It's been hard with all the planning and making sure that we bring the best foot forward. The planning was a little bit hard, but it wasn't something that the average person can't do.
Right.
You'll get help. It's there.
You gotta ask for it, though. That is kind of you do gotta ask for the help to get it.
I was gonna say if you'd had this idea, before and you hadn't acted on it, it sounds like the hardest part was actually just showing up.
No, I mean, I thought about. I've been told by several people that they have wanted to do this.
Right.
One woman told me that she's been trying to build enough steam to actually take the steps to start it, and she just never felt that it was possible. And then here we are now. It's not only possible.
Watching it and stuff. I just can't. I'm not good at standing up first. That's my thing. Is I will help. So Amy said yes. I was like, I'm here to help. Let's go. I can't be the one in front. I don't have that much strength. I'm pretty brave existing. I'm not gonna lie. I will say that, but I'm not brave enough to do everything out front, stand up all the time.
And that's why you're so good. Like, you're also on the TikTok and stuff like that, and the planning and getting the other things directed out. So everybody's got their place.
Oh, that's why y'all got a committee. The full backing of a microcosm of folks to bring their skill set to to be able to accomplish all this. No, and that's something. Again, I'm bringing it back to politics, folks. That's something that really makes a difference in just about any aspect of social change, right? Is the actual showing up. I can use the example of a JoJo, known JoJo for unironically probably 30 years now. And the reason that JoJo has the pink name in chat is because JoJo, when JoJo first came to chat, before running for office, JoJo organized the protest in y'all's area there. I think, as far as I know, it was the second protest ever. The first one was an anti-vax protest, and so the one that JoJo did was a little bit different, and ever since then she's been involved in campaigns. She was Randy McCallion's, I think, campaign manager for most of this election cycle, and then worked closely with the campaign last year or in 2022 also. And now is obviously running for her own seat in the state house there. So all of those reasons combined is why JoJo has the pink name in chat. But showing up, and doing the thing. No one had ever done this before. JoJo did it. And now, JoJo's running for office. All of a sudden, JoJo has a larger following. JoJo's a blogger, has folks, she's involved in a lot of local politics here at the state level.
and is influencing that stuff in various ways. And it kind of reminds me of the way that you folks are describing this. Whenever I first met John Keeney, he's also running for state office this year. Or no, he's running for a U.S. Office here in the state of Missouri to represent the U.S. House of Representatives. The first time I ever met him, that was one of the first things that he really, reiterated to me was that the biggest issue that we have in the area is that, folks will talk a big game about politics, but when it comes to local events, they just won't show up. And that if they do, and when they do, that's when we start seeing big changes made. That's when we start seeing more people running for uncontested seats, more women running for uncontested seats immediately after, the loss of Roe. That's when we see people in a small town or a large village surrounded by other, average to small sized villages in the middle of literally nowhere, organizing the very first Pride Fest in the region's actual history, and bringing this opportunity to, the assuming, countless folks who are going to be in the area who are, going to be attending Pride for the first time, and certainly attending Pride for the first time this close to home, which will make an impact for literally generations.
I believe
it just takes showing up.
And I did get on different political, the Democrats and the PSL and even the log cabin, and because I wanted to be fair to everybody and be like, look, you guys know the people that show up collect votes. Now you all need to get out of here. And you need to people need to have bring your A game, like show where you've been. Like, and I told them all that. Show where you've been. Show where you've been for the LGBTQ, and show where you'll be for the LGBTQI people. And because you can't invigorate people if you don't educate people. So get out there and educate, As I'm really happy JoJo's going to be there. I think PSL is going to be there. Everybody else, just like expected, turned me down. But we do need a better education as far as what's going on politically that affects the LGBTQI people in this area, and even as far as the book burning, we ain't doing that yet, but the book bannings,
right?
We need to. Most of those books are queer authors, or somewhere in the spectrum of LGBTQIA authors,
or women's rights,
or
POC, some
we really
perspectives.
We really need to start at the house, though. Start at the home. Start at the heart. Not so much as a political stance, but as a human stance that my name is Cammie and I'm your neighbor. I'm your community member. And there's going to be people that are going to come out to their parents for the first time, that are living in a red state, in a red county, a very red city, that have needed to tell their family about themselves for a long time. And I've got those messages, and I've spoke to some of those people, and I'm so excited to be able to see this difference be made. I think you're right. It's going to be something that's going to be remembered for a very long time.
Sure. Well, you say starting at the beginning is more starting at the breakfast table, isn't it? Starting at the heart, neighbors being neighbors, and being able to just recognize people as people. Sure as hell ain't going anywhere, except for more breakfast.
Yeah, I've been here 48. I mean, I've been here a long time. I don't see myself going nowhere just because somebody don't like me.
Right. Haven't yet, so.
I mean, it's
good time for introductions.
I fully this area. Uh, and I went from the hyper masculine male that I had to be for the construction life, and to that everybody just thought I was a cross dresser, to finally being able to find a way to socially transition and then medically transition. And yeah, I lost a lot of friends during that time, but I feel like I was still safe here. This area isn't the most accepting, but it is pretty tolerant, to be real honest with you. Like, I've had people cuss me and I've had people make fun of me, but I've never had somebody chase me out of a bathroom or try to. I've never had somebody uh, try to fight me or anything ridiculous. We had one guy kind of throw a fit because on my car I have all the little things for West Plains Pride.
But the flyers on the back.
Yeah, the flyers on the two back windows on the sides and then on the very back. This gentleman at Walmart, he's yelling at me and telling me how bad I am and how there's going to be a huge protest and blah. And I said, I love you too. You know, bring all your friends. We'll show them love too.
Right.
I mean, that's not for them. It's love. They can hate me all they want, but if they're going to hate me for no reason, I'm going to love them for no reason. And how are you going to fight that?
Right.
I mean, I'm sure it'll upset somebody that we're here. I mean,
Yeah, I didn't want to get too much into it, or wasn't sure how much into it that you folks had. But as far as like any sort of well, what's the best way to say this? Any sort of pushback that you folks may have had. I don't know if you want to go too into detail on any of that, or if there's anything that like have you had too much or any issues so far, any hiccups, or has it pretty much been pretty much been chill as far as getting this all together here? I mean, I imagine
it's been pretty much smooth sailing. Let me start at the beginning and I'll tell you a funny story here, or a very heartwarming story.
Fair enough.
Now we got maybe 10, 12 people online that like to say bad things, and we kind of just block and delete comment, block that person. And they talk in other groups where we can't delete their comments, but that's their whatever, like whatever makes them feel good. But we had a local sermon that really did speak poorly of us and of the drag queens that are coming to. I mean, the performers really put a lot out. They didn't deserve that, and they kind of named Stevie out too because Stevie
had my drag name up behind them. I was like, "Hey, look, Mom made it."
I mean, they had the picture of the drag queens and the picture of the schedule up on a great big screen behind them, and talk about how bad we are. And the funniest part about it was, though, is that kind of like towards the end of where he was specifically talking about us and everything going on at Pride, he did tell his church that his congregation was on his Facebook Live. Don't go there and don't protest because you don't represent this church if you do. Even though he was talking pretty, I don't have an opinion. I don't want to say anything bad or whatever about him. It's his opinion. He can speak what he wants. But the beautiful part about this is I didn't have to defend my committee members, and neither did my committee members, because the community of West Plains, Missouri stood up for us. And they stood up with us for us so hardcore that local church pulled that sermon off the Facebook page by the end of the night. And now it's off of their actual website too. Like our community stood up against that sermon and said, no, this is unacceptable. You're not going to do this here. and there was enough pressure to make them pull that down. And that warms my cold little heart. Real. West Plains isn't only ready for a pride and a pride presence. West Plains spoke up and told us they will protect pride and its presence.
Oh, that's really cool.
Did you see the little I think what's that called? Hashtag blocked by Endurance Church or something like that.
Yeah.
I've seen it on a couple of posts. Yeah, I think maybe Stevie I think had that on a couple of them. Or someone did. I saw it.
Stevie played with their logo a little bit too, and
I did see that. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
when y'all were in the midst of things.
It was cathartic. I needed it.
We did need to do it. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, maybe we shouldn't have done it. Maybe we did step a little bit hard back because we're supposed to be the bigger person, be the more responsible people, and not react that way. We may have overstepped on playing with their logo, and but as far as the hashtag blocked by Endurance Church, that wasn't the committee. That was West Plains community standing up saying, I love these people and we're not letting you hurt them. We're not letting you diss them and treat them this way.
I was going to say, it's one thing being driven by spite, and every once in a while I'll go on my villain arc as well. I mean, y'all were in my stream last night. Yeah, I mean, you saw me being a little bit petty there for a while. It's sometimes it's cathartic. Just so long as you're not being just actually driven by spite, because we got examples of that too. It's not so great. But yeah, it's all right to be a little bit petty sometimes. So people make it like their entire personality. That's not so wonderful. But yeah, in moderation. Well, I'm good with it. Doesn't go against my first principles.
Oh, God, my neighbor's 4 dogs come running over.
Get outta here.
Quit it.
Poor Ray. Poor
They-
Ray.
My neighbor's 4 dogs, they're all puppies, just come up chasing my dog. I'm sorry. We'll step aside real quick.
They ain't doing it.
Oh, sorry.
Poor Ray.
We don't have you on video, which is a shame, because then we can have puppy dogs on stream. Can't be losing it for babies.
They're gonna follow me in the house. I just yelled so mad at them, and they're like, "Hi." I did not scare them. Anyway, I'm sorry for the distraction. Though.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Anyway, Black Endurance Church. The community stepped up for us here.
For the first time since ever, I have never felt like I was home anywhere. And when they did that, when those people stood up like that, I know I wasn't the only one that felt right then. This is my forever home. I don't have to look nowhere else no more. This is it. Because West Plains stood up for me. Like, no matter what party of the LGBTQIA community you are, West Plains stood up for you. And they got that sermon taken down, and they got that hate removed. And they made sure it didn't affect us. And that's a little overwhelming. Like, I still get choked up thinking about it because I've never had that happen before.
All right. I mean, and that's pretty cool though. At least that could end on a, somewhat of a happy ending of at the very least of them, and hopefully no longer, having that kind of a message. Perhaps, in the future, maybe a different message. You never know. One of since Jed had jumped into the chat here, another streamer friend of mine, we have another friend of ours who who runs a show. Well, he runs a couple of shows, but one of them is so you folks are familiar with critical race theory.
Yeah.
So he does one called critical racing theory, right? It's an ironic play on CRT.
Yeah.
And because he's a big car guy, he's specifically a Mini Coupe car guy. Spike can be a great motivator. Sorry, I'm reading chat. But yeah, and one of his things is he talks about in his life he was in a very well he was an evangelical Christian. He was very hardline, very conservative even. And nowadays it's a total 180. He's still a Christian, but his messaging is strikingly more inclusive. His everything is his political leanings are even more inclusive. Probably one of the most wholesome people I've come across in this space. An incredibly wholesome. But yeah, it's I when I think of things like that, I think of people like my friend Boy Meets Minnie, because it's not necessarily too late for folks. And they don't have to leave their core values. They just have to leave the core, I guess, bigotry that is not necessarily a part of their beliefs, but it's something that's supplanted through exterior means. There are Christians who are very inclusive of queer people. There are churches who are inclusive of queer people. At the last Pride event that I went to, I want to say the last several, I've seen tents set up by churches and passing out waters and giving out pride ribbons and just all sorts of things. Obviously they're shilling for dollars and shilling for members, but trying to build their congregations, but they're going to be able to do that at a pride event because they're speaking a message of inclusivity. And they're also looking for, that's the whole point of the church, right? They're looking for community also. That's the entire reason that a Protestant, a Christian would go to church in the first place. It's because you could just do all this at home. The entire point of Protestantism is you have a Bible, you're at home, you can read the Bible, it's in your language, you're good. But if you need community, you can go find that at your church. And that's exactly what these folks are actually doing at Pride. But they're just being more inclusive about this. And, so hopefully, maybe in the future, groups who otherwise feel a little bit more negatively now might reconsider their positions. And the reasons that they don't just sit at home and practice, their beliefs. Because they're also going out there and seeking community. We should offer that sort of charitability to more folks than just the ones that, they might know on a first name basis. Or, Cami, as you said previously, learn the names of your neighbors. This is very helpful.
Yes. Learn who you are and who you're around. And you will quickly realize that it's hard to hate somebody. It's easy to dislike somebody, but it's hard to hate somebody once you know them. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, very true. And it's having a disagreement with someone, disagreeing on someone about their civil liberties or their civil rights is strikingly, and not to sound like a meme, a literal NPC meme, but there's the one disagreements are for pizza toppings and not for my civil rights, but that's unironically true.
Yeah.
There's nothing more and less about the phrase hate the sin, love the sinner. But more because, sure, it may not be for you, but, maybe just not even considering that what other folks are doing, that as religious person of one denomination or another, that you would even be able to be capable of making the decision as to what is or is not sinful.
I mean, their deity, Jesus Christ, in the Bible, and every Bible I have ever seen, no matter how it was written, no matter if it was NIV, King James Version, the older King James Version that was written in the 1800s, I have all of them. There's one thing they all have in common. Jesus went to the sinners and went to where they were, and he taught to them and he loved them before they were baptized, before they were converted. He went to them with loving hands and went to them with a loving heart.
Outside of
And that's every single one of those Bibles that I've ever read, or taken part of reading or listening to. They all tell me, and they all tell every other Christian, that we're supposed to go out and spread love before everything else. And it's not just to go out and convert people. You're to go out and show an example. You're not to go out and demand somebody bend to knee. You go out there to show them what happens if they do and lead by example.
Well, I'll leave it with this. Outside of the book of John and the book of Revelations, the New Testament talks a whole lot more about inclusivity than it does about queer people. And as far as the Old Testament, it certainly talks a whole lot more about mixed fabrics and clothing and shrimp than it does about queer people also. So, we're using the sin word, and I keep it in context.
And it does say no one sin is any lighter than the other. They all weigh the same.
I had shrimp twice today, and I'm half gay on my father's side. So, I'm 3 for 3.
Same couch.
But I'm pretty sure this is 100% rayon. So, we're working it out.
That's all about just finding a way to see past that and see that there's a person that was taught something negative and that doesn't understand that there is a more beautiful light than the narrow light that they've been shown. So by introducing them to people like Stevie and letting them see the drag queens and letting them see me and lesbian people and all other, just everybody, just let them see the world for what it is, and it will educate past that.
Oh yeah.
And you'll be able to expand into I love humans.
I can I can attest, myself. So, you folks heard a little bit about, my history, belonging to a radical feminist group, previously. And it was actually through my experiences, with trans people and, my experiences with non-binary people, to be honest, that was what, really focused me away from, that cishet, binary when it comes to how I consider feminism and how I consider intersectionality. Lived my entire life as an ethnic minority, and not to throw idpol, but I'm using this as an example, because y'all heard my positions last night. Using this as an example, though, that like being able to connect more with non-binary people and being able to learn a little bit more about those communities and how their personal experiences with what they deal with and the uniqueness of the kind of gender dysphoria that they have versus what trans people who are in a binary gender the word I'm looking for here, people who are in that intersection of being a binary gender who are trans, and the way that they experience dysphoria and the way that they experience their place in society and their intersection, really kind of opened my eyes to a lot of the nuance of what intersectionality could be. And like you say, it's literally just based on going out and touching grass, going outside of your comfort zone and finding and relating to the experiences of people who aren't, the same ones that you've experienced with, and that are relatable, and that are comfortable even. None of this should be comfortable to anyone. That's just like waking up in the morning. That's kind of part of the human experience, is finding comfort and finding community in a world of, absolute chaos.
That's the fact. That is so true. And it's not just about the diversity of gender and sexuality that we are. It's complete diversity. The ability to allow somebody to be unique. That's what we need in the world. We need that to free our minds and free our bodies, and to just to have that early acceptance, so that we can have that imagination to boost us. Who knows what? If we let people be themselves, there'll be a lot more things being invented in that.
Right. Well, and isn't that just all what it is anyway? It's just allowing people to, to find that comfort, to find the comfort in being themselves, but also to be able to experience like you say, the discomfort in knowing that other people, may be struggling with that, and to be able to find more empathy in people who aren't necessarily 100% relatable, but then finding the means with which to relate to them. At least that's what, I mentioned this the other night, and I'll go ahead and say it again. So earlier today, had a similar incident happen where I was texting my mom, unironically, and she was telling me about a conversation that had happened where she was in a debate with someone about something, and they brought up something that she found just absolutely asinine. And this was she was, I think, in her early 20s, so still, she's always been really good about not her debate tactics are a little bit different than mine, but she's really good. I'm still learning from some of that. But she was telling me about a story where she had been in a conversation with someone, and they had come across something where it was like they just weren't picking up on what she was putting down, and so she reverted back to a metaphor that was an analogy of something that related back to their first principles. And by doing so, it was like a light bulb went off in the other person's skull, and it just immediately, rescinded their argument. And I feel like that has a lot to do with how we're able to for folks who are outside of the queer community, and even folks within the queer community who may have a hard time relating to other folks, with a different experience. It's finding empathy despite the discomfort, finding relatability despite the difference, and then being able to empathize with that even, as far as something that can be relating back to, a person's first principles. Myself, and the example that I used when I was speaking with her, she related the story to me, so that's where we're going here. ADHD and autism. So when she mentioned the story to me, I said to her, I'm like, this is really funny, because that's exactly the kind of logic that I use on myself whenever I come across something, a social situation that I don't understand or that doesn't pertain to me. I'm not a woman. How could I understand feminism? I'm not a trans person. How could I understand what it's like to be a trans person? I'm not non-binary. How can I understand what it's like to be non-binary? How can I understand what the differences are and what the needs are of a non-binary person versus, say, a trans woman? or trans man, or what the differences are, societal needs, and social requirements of affirmation of a trans man versus a trans woman, or trans woman versus a trans man. How can I understand that in a way that I can convey that as if I had one next to me, basically in my ear, relaying the information, because that's what I have to do here. That's what I have to do as a streamer, as a guy talking mad smack on the internet and calling politicians all sorts of naughty words that you wouldn't say at church. That's what I have to do, is convey the message that they would convey, unironic white knighting here. So subscribe. But that's how I would be any sort of an advocate for egalitarianism, because like you said, first they come for this community, then this community, and and I really need these teeth. I really need the free dental. I really need the food stamps to keep coming in. I really need, the college money that I ain't getting. I need things. And it's not even for me, regardless of whether I see any of this in my life. It's the value of being able to provide this, for future generations, even 3 to 5 ahead of me. I'm not an accelerationist. Yeah. I need this to happen to know that something was meaningful as an existentialist for future generations. That said, in order, the accelerationist part of me, I guess, is trying to get the work done now, trying to get the corrections done now. And the only way to do that is to be able to emphasize with people who aren't in my intersection. I don't think I said this at all last night, but I'll say it now. One of the most annoying things that I've ever heard someone who votes the same way that I do say on the internet or in person or over a Discord call is, I'm not able to speak on that because it's not, or worse, you're not able to speak on that because it's not your, it's not your lane. You're supposed to stay in your lane. If we all did that, my God, what would we accomplish?
I have a way of wrapping that real quick and tight for people that ask me questions like that. You can help somebody, like, you don't have to fully understand why I'm trans or what made me trans and what made me binary like I am. You don't have to understand exactly what it was that made Stevie like he is, and they are, or anybody else. Whenever you physically are helping somebody, you grab the edge of the box and you lift it up and you help that person carry it, right? So you don't have to know what's in the box to help the person carry the box.
Damn.
You don't have to know why I need to be called a female. You just pass that on. Okay, hey man, how you doing? You don't need to know why Stevie needs to be called they on some days and he on other days. You just do it because you carry the box and it doesn't matter what's in it. And it makes the world a better place.
I'm unironically stealing that. That is good. Box. Ooh, that is so good.
Know what's in the box to help a person carry it.
Right. Perfect. No, that was perfect.
And you just gotta be there for each other. And like, there's a lot of people that seem like they really don't like to answer too many questions about their journey. I'm not that way. I'm one of those people, if you ask me about my journey, I say, what age do you want to start with? I'll tell you from the beginning, because I love to brag about, I made it, dude. It took me so long to finally be able to make my transition. I made it. Man, it was my one singular above everything goal. And now I look back and it's like I made it, and it seemed like it was easy, but it was so difficult at the time. Because I look back and the road is smooth now because I turned my obstacles to a nice little flat gravel path. But like those people that were in my life at certain times that didn't agree with me or said they didn't agree with quote unquote my way of life, whatever, or it was against their religion, but they still decided to be helpful in my life. They didn't need to know what was in the box or why it took the right date. They just happened to help me pick up the pieces and go. And we can do that for everybody else.
Oh, that's perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I'm definitely stealing that.
And good. Going back to politics for a second, we have to at least start getting out of this concept of friends don't talk politics, because we ought to. Friends should talk about things that are important to them and how society affects them. So friends should talk politics and how laws and policies and the lawsuits that different politicians are doing affect them, so that you understand how life is going for each other. There's so many people that didn't realize that when Trump was president, that I literally lost my civil rights 100% and had to deal with the niceties of others to be able to buy things like gasoline and food. You know, because if somebody decided it was against their religion, they didn't have to sell nothing to me. It happened once. You know, I mean, that was the most demeaning thing, to have to. I hope somebody was going to be nice enough to sell me a sandwich or my groceries or my gas. And those things did affect many transgender people. So we should have those conversations so that people know. Not enough people know how things affect each other. And I think if we did have conversations within our different families and friendships and coworkers, then we would finally reach the point that we understand how politics are affecting each of us individually. You as well as me, cisgender people, transgender people, straight and LGBTQI people. It affects every one of us and our livelihoods, the way the religious people, the way they're able to worship their deities. Atheists on whether or not we can get away from the deities and not have laws passed by religious backing that affect our life and make it horrible.
I mean, people outside of the region might scoff at that, but you know, unironically in Missouri, that's very much a real thing. It very much is the case that you'll find more than just the annoyance of, you know, say your local city, you know, say city council in a village putting up a, you know, theological, you know, monuments or something like that. But even you know, municipal services, fire departments, police departments, you know, and it's more than just "In God We Trust" on the cop cars. It's monuments in front of the police stations, with you know, biblical literature on it. You know, in a town that's you know, that's yeah. Anyway.
And people don't understand how terrifying that is to people like me.
Right.
Whenever there's churches online and churches on cable network stations and religious leaders that are in different positions of power and elected positions of power that are screaming how God hates us. And then there's "In God We Trust" on the police cars and on their uniform, and like, are they there to protect me, bro?
Those
like,
are
because I need to know. Hurt me or protect me.
Those are the people who are supposed to be there for you if something, you know, if some you know, whack job does decide to, you know, to pull some things. Those are the ones you're supposed to be able to call in that situation. Yeah.
And I'm 100% honest with you. I've never had a problem with a police officer being mean to me or anything like that. And I know this is just like it's a trigger inside because of what's going on with the uh, politics. I know that the police officers here are good to me. I've interacted with hell, probably most of them at one point or another, whether it be in talking or I've only been pulled over a couple times, but like I've never had a bad reaction or interaction with the police in West Plains. They're good people seemingly, but whenever I see in God we trust on their vehicle, I always cringe a little bit and I always wonder, is this the time, you know? Because like the "in God we trust" thing has kind of a bad rap right now, especially towards us with all of the crazy preachers that are out there, I guess.
Well, I guess to be
But here
fair,
was
it's not so much the message itself; it's unironically the messengers. Like you say, a bad rap. It's not so much the symbol of patriotism that it's supposed to be, but it's that it's being appropriated by people who do not exactly have the best interests of liberty and justice in mind.
yeah,
You know,
and it's and ironically, here the part that blows my mind the most about it is the ones that are loudest about it are usually ones that aren't even registered to vote.
yeah, yeah.
I've had that happen, right? Like, but those people can be taught. They can learn that I'm not the other, and Stevie's not the other, and neither are you. We're just your community members.
Well, and hence the whole purpose of the Pride event. Like I say, when I first came across it, my thoughts were, "Oh, that's cool. They're doing a thing. Like, that's really nice." My second thought was, "Oh, wow, this is like kind of a big deal because it's kind of a historic thing." My third thought was,
Yeah.
"Well, look at the way this is going to, actually change the dynamic of the relationship between queer people in the area and the rest of the community anyway." Yeah, people are going to, some folks are going to throw their fists and get all mad and up in their fifis about it. But 10 years down the road, 5 years down the road, even, it's you're going to have no choice but to, become more accepting, or at the very least, a larger portion of the population will be accepting. And just become an integral part of what it is that's actually happening in the area. And that's long, long overdue in the year of our Lord 2024.
This community's hungry for it. That was the most surprising part of all of this, is how I met almost no resistance, and there's been so much. There's been people that had no way to have free time to help me I had to turn away. I'm like, look, you're going to ruin your schooling. You can't work an 8 hour a day job and go to school for 8 hours a day and do all of this planning. I can't overload you like that. Like, people that could not help were still drawn to want to help. And even if they didn't join the committee, they still helped in other ways and helped us get donations, and this community really stepped up. This wasn't just me that did this. I may have been the one that announced it. And this committee, they made it look pretty, but this community is what's making Pride. The way that the people here want it, there's a hunger for this. There's a need for this that's way beyond what I imagined. But I didn't know there was more community and so much community here either.
I did, but they all are. I don't think that we should have to hide. And I don't think that, because a lot of it is fear of things like discrimination. I personally haven't found a job while I've been here, and it can be a number of things, but I think the number one thing is being very visibly trans.
Yeah. And The fact that you're non-binary confuses the hell out of them when they look at you and they're like, "This dude's different." So hopefully, with this education, then we'll see movement beyond that too.
Yeah, I I've known some folks who are you know, both non-binary and will utilize the, you know, more binary pronouns, and it's kind of the most hilarious thing to see, to you know, have the conversation with someone who isn't too aware of you know, trans people and how, you know, I guess how it all works or whatever. And then, you know, to kind of like have the conversation, you're like, okay, so this, you know, gender is a spectrum. I usually use the, it's easier on a table, but I did a video a while back of an explanation that I had with someone, where I basically recreated the conversation with them. And so, you know, I'll mention, okay, so, you know, here, gender is a spectrum. Here's your two, binary absolutes, you know, the spectrum within there, you know, non-binary people can such and such. And then, you know, xenogenders are the, you know, the whole blasting off into space. You know, and then I'll be like, okay, and then, you know, they'll like be like, okay, I totally get that. I totally understand how that works. All right. And like a week, two goes by and you like mention something about someone. They're like, oh yeah, they're a non-binary trans woman. They're like, you just watch their brain melt. What you said? Like, yeah, well, you know, funny thing about spectrum, right?
Well, my generation, because I'm older and shit, we called intersex hermaphrodites at the time. I know it's a term, but it's not. It's an old people thing, okay? So they would show that on TV. Like there was a couple of twins that were conjoined and intersex, and I remember seeing that whenever I was a kid, and I was like, they're almost like me. Like on the inside, I'm like that, you know, like up here, and I put it on my head. I'm like that. Like that has to be like, it seemed like it, like, but I didn't know the term transgender because I was, like I said, in a pretty sheltered life until I got out of my house. But
it didn't have a way to describe it. Yeah.
I didn't know it was called transgender. I just knew I was not the right one, what people were calling me, you know? And so then later in life, I was able to look back on that. And it's like, all right, so you can be 100% male physically and mentally, or you can be 100% female physically or mentally, or you can be 100% both physically and mentally, or you can be anywhere in between. Because just like any other birth anomaly, they have degrees of severity. So like in my mind, I was like, that's me. I'm like, that's me, but light, you know? So I use that analogy whenever I explain it to people, like, you know, it could be any part of that, including both 100%. And I like watching their brain melt whenever I explain that to them. And then I show them the older pictures of we've been around since beginning of time, you know, since humans. And they just, the ones that are coming in from a place of honest inquisitiveness, they're like, okay, I might not get it, but I understand it. Like, I'm like, okay. So at least that's a starting point for them to research later.
Right.
But others are just going to be like, I'll never understand, but I love you. Take that too.
Right. Varying levels of charitability, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's and that's understandable. Like I say, when it comes to folks, and it you know, this goes with any of the you know, the issues that I talk about that will frequent you know, on my stream or even, you know, whatever I post online. you know, I don't necessarily fault the people who, you know, are trying to learn something or trying to, you know, experience someone else's, experience empathy from someone else's, intersection in life,
Yeah.
or even, people who are misled, into whatever, nonsense they're being misled into. My primary focus is, on the creators and the sources of disinformation. So like, I, and even a lot of the people that I will argue with and argue about. It's on the one hand, it's like, I get it. I get how you came to these awful positions. And in some cases it's through no fault of their own. It actually is just the god awful experience in life or the god awful information, or sometimes both, that led them to this. But once, like I say, if it's someone, just an individual, like real people, it's one thing. But once you cross that threshold into picking one of these up, and or if you're a content creator of some kind, or picking up the pen, picking up the microphone, well, whatever it is that you're doing, and leading with the message, that's when I start to lose charitability, and I look more at the details of what it is that we're actually disseminating to the masses. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. I think I'm just getting nitpicky. Let's see.
Yeah.
Well, I did. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, well, we have been at it for let's say almost 3 hours of stream now. So I don't know if you folks were planning on sticking around too long, but I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised that I'm not surprised. Honestly, most of the time that I get into Discord with someone, it typically lasts either about an hour or about 3 hours. So
I'm a person. You got to tell me to shut up and hang up.
oh no, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's great. It's great. I just I didn't prepare for any of that. I actually was so unprepared for today. I'm not even gonna lie. I was so stoked about once we had the conversation yesterday, got everything booked up and whatever, and then streamed last night. Everything went really well. I ended up just sleeping like most of the day. I don't know what it is. Whenever I have a day off from my regular job, I just crash. I'm really gonna have to work on that or something. So whenever I was getting things prepared today, putting together other content, and doing a little bit of shopping and whatnot beforehand, before I start the rest of my work week here, I was like, well, all right, I got 3 hours before they're set to come on. I could start stream now. I could give it an hour to chill. Okay, we got 2 hours. We start stream now, but I'm kind of talking some smack with Back to the Arcade Gaming right now, because he's not a political streamer, but I'm like, what sort of what can I get you on? Like I do that. There's a whole thing with like Facebook streamers. They don't get involved in politics, and I feel like that the most of the world of Facebook is isolated from the rest of existence, if you will, from the other places that I and most of my chat exists on the internet. And I feel like it's my job, like a virus, to seep in and give them a taste of what they've been missing for the unironic last decade of social commentary, in their spaces. I mean, they are streamers after all, so and a lot of them have serious opinions about things. I've come to find a lot of them have really good opinions about things. A lot of them have not so good opinions about things, but they're reasonable people. And I love that. I love knowing that. I love knowing that, like, the people that I know who don't work in the same circles that I do are, for the most part, able to be, spoken with on a reasonable basis. I think that even in those circles, I think that I found a pretty good group of people to associate with. So it's a lot of fun. But yeah, then it ended up getting me like 30 minutes, and I'm just like, I'm gonna go ahead and upload this VOD. We're gonna go ahead and start streaming now. We're gonna talk about one issue real quick, maybe play some Factorio, and then it's gonna be time. So that's what brought us here. I like I say I wasn't. I should have been streaming like literally hours before then, but you know, the day got away from me. We'll just blame it on that.
I totally think we did pretty good for winging it on both sides.
Sure, for sure. So you said that you guys had done the story for the Daily Quill, and then had spoken a little bit with KY3. Have you all ever done like podcast stream type, you know, any like visual meet? I know we didn't have the camera on. I didn't know if you all even had cameras. For some reason, mine's not working in Discord right now, which is sad.
Just phone.
Okay.
Steve doing TikTok. That's about all we've been doing is the TikTok. I think you finally started the other stuff too, right? We just
we have Instagram.
yeah, instant TikTok,
Okay.
and I was running the Facebook for the most. Well, you and I both are running the Facebook, and that's pretty much all we've been and all we've really done this year as far as being able to get on social media or get any media out there.
Yeah.
Like for us, one of the people from the Quill saw two of our members at one of the Gaza protests here in town. They went over talking to them. They're like, "Hey, why don't you do an interview for Pride coming up?" So we got the committee together for that, and they really hyped us up pretty good. It was a good story. And other than that, we just haven't just word of mouth and
Yeah.
running around opening business doors and talking to them and hanging flyers and kind of me being out there, mostly me being out there in everybody's face, being like, "Hi, this is me, and this is what I'm doing, and how much do you want to help?"
Right. Actual PR where you get out there and touch grass and get out in the public. That's awesome.
Exactly. It was a beautiful experience. I needed that. That healed so much inside of me, and by getting out there and shaking hands and meeting people and meeting the community and meeting business owners. Not everybody had time for me to be there. I mean, they were obviously on the clock trying to get their job done, but it was an overwhelmingly positive experience. And
Sure.
it's one that I ever, it's like the forever high. Like it's something that can't be unseen and can't be undone.
Oh, and I'm sure I can. I mean, it doesn't take too much to imagine any negative experiences you might have, but I mean, I am imagining the positive experiences of, oh, by the way, this is who I am and this is what I do. And then just, the positive experiences, I'm sure were probably equally overwhelming, if not more.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
Like I said, there's been a couple of negative, but nothing like, there wasn't nobody cussing me to get out or chasing me out the door.
That's good.
It was even the no,
it's more like
that
yeah,
good experience.
Yeah.
I really 100% honest, out of every business that I walked in the door, business, churches, and bars, and everything in between. I gotta speak up for this whole area and the small towns around here too. These people are good people, and they're ready for this, and they're happy it's coming.
Great. No, and then, like you say, it's definitely something that is a long time coming for the area. And, it's nice to hear that, you folks are taking more of a, more than just we're planning an event, we're doing a thing, but that it's more a, like a leadership role in the community. That's really something that I can totally dig. Well, throwing shade still.
because sometimes some of the leadership in somebody's community, not organizations, but I don't even know how you would say that word in English, but the groupings of people, I guess, have been a little bit more, have been a little bit less, leadership oriented, I would say, or a little bit less inclusive than I would have probably preferred. I think most of that just comes from fear. Unironically, I think it's just I think a lot of it's personal biases. And people not wanting to be associated with some sort of thing. A lot of it just comes from, Puritanism. That's probably the result of some sort of throwbacks to the actual oppression that people, would feel. Being involved in in any marginalized community. But yeah, no, it's good that you folks are, headstrong about this. I respect that a lot more, because of that, and of course, for coming here on my stream and helping me to promote my goods. I definitely appreciate that.
Sell your stuff and send 1,000 people my way, because we could definitely have a better day.
Oh, for sure. I don't actually have a lot of viewers from y'all's area at all. Probably mostly because it's part of the region where I grew up, and so I going out just it's not something that I've really messed with too much. Most of the folks that I have associated with, even in Missouri, are either somehow associated with other politicians, or wrapped around Springfield in some type of way. So I, close, but not too close to that particular region. So yeah, for sure. But like I say, I imagine that a lot of folks from Springfield are going to be heading your way. Even some of the other organizers, maybe, or some of the adjacents to what we saw last weekend. Have you had any confirmations other than the reformers, as far as just some of the other folks that you might be expecting to be down that way?
We know Aaron's going to be here. Aaron Shakira, he's the person that administers over the Glow Center, and he brought us the.
I don't want to just put pressure on Aaron, but that's and just name drop him. But that's what I was asking.
I know, but he had pretty adamant. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there, and
that's cool.
They're our sister pride. Like whenever I called them and I said, "Look, I'm going to need your help, and I need to know how to do this right." And we had conversations over the phone, and then he came down to visit, listen to our little spiel and how I thought about things, and we kind of agreed. I was like, I would like for you to be our sister pride, for us to never fall on the same day, for one. Since they do the beginning of the month, we'll figure out something.
Right.
But that way we will never step on each other's pride, and we'll be able to go to each other's pride and be there for the people that are here that go up to Springfield, and we'll be here for the people that come from there down here to visit their family and enjoy the pride down here. And I'm very, very fortunate to have been able to also with Hardy Pride get in with those, to become friends with those, and those people will probably be coming up this way to enjoy our pride with us. I've had a lot of conversations with Shasta up there in Rolla, Shasta Johnson. She's the organizer there in Rolla for the pride. She's just a wonderful human being who just really been helpful as far as giving me advice on how to do things. All of them have. I can't say enough nice things about these pride organizers in Missouri and Northern Arkansas, and some of them as far as the other side of Arkansas. I mean, the other side of Little Rock, and just this. I get overwhelmed whenever I start thinking about how big of a network I've been allowed to step into and create. And I know from here it only gets bigger and it only gets more accepting and more inclusive.
Right. Oh, sure.
I mean, how many times have I posted the dance schedule?
Did somebody ask you what time it starts? On the radio, don't be weird. 5 o'clock. Yeah. So are you going to be there the whole day with us, or are you going to be in and out for whenever you come down for the Pride?
I'll probably grab a, oh, go ahead.
Are you going to be maybe live streaming a little bit from the Pride? Maybe show some video for it on your YouTube or whatever? Or?
I probably wouldn't be able to do that just because the system that I run off of is, well, it's
okay.
It's all here. So, I'm, like, as far as like the camera, the computer system and all that, I mean, I could probably, actually just do like a live feed on my phone. I don't know who's going to be watching that, but I mean, we could probably do that of just, like kind of, you'll see people like post things on their Facebook or whatever. I mean, I could probably do something like that, but as far as like all this, like it's, I don't know how I would actually do all that. I might be able to set something up here.
It might be cool to get some viewers from this area to show that you're there, giving like, hey, I don't know.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. No, I definitely plan on trying to at least get some business cards to pass around to some of the vendors because I used to do vending at Pride events, and other Folks Fests that they would have around the area back when we used to do craft shows and things. Pride Fests were always like a huge thing, We'd have a ton of Pride gear that we take with us, and it was always big, big stuff. People loved it, and I would cross promote my stream and whatever. Whenever we would go, that's a lot of it though was mostly folks who were there to see the politicians. The politicians would be like, "Oh, well, go over there and purchase some of that merchandise," but then also that guy, he's go talk to that guy. I don't think I had the beard back then, but still. But yeah, I definitely plan on doing some cross promotions whenever I'm down there. Like I say, I'm not sure, I'm not sure who all is going to, be watching it if it's just me, walking around doing some things, but, but I can definitely put that up there though. I'm sure that if I put it on Facebook, and shared that around a little bit, that might get a little bit more attention, but I'm guessing that what you guys are doing is going to be bringing in a lot more attention than anything that I'd be able to do. From my section. Basically my goal of this was to A, steal your audience, but also B, to give you guys something that would be tangible in the form of the video stream that you could share with your people of y'all explaining the message of what it is that you're putting together there at Pride, but also from what I've gathered just from speaking with the two of you, what you have planned for the future and what not so much the Pride Fest itself, but what bringing a community project like this to the area, the effect that that'll have on the area itself, now, and, to the people who are involved, the people who, will be attending, and the people who won't be attending, who, future generations, will be inadvertently, whether they like it or not, having folks that will be attending the proceeding Pride events that you folks put together, which is my favorite part that I had barely considered. This being a historic event and but what happens 5 years from now? This will be an integral part of the community, and that I think is well worth it. And so just for that, I definitely want to be able to look back and say, hell yeah, I was there. I passed out business cards and acted important.
Yeah.
Because then whenever, then like I say, 5 years, 10 years from now, when folks are doing it, it's, I mean, look at the queer culture in Springfield and where it, was, 10, 20 years ago,
Even they had a tent up there at the Pride Fest that was like the entire history of queer culture in like, I think wasn't just Southern Missouri or just Springfield, but they had an entire like monument to that. Apparently that they're archiving at MSU. That was wild, you know. Y'all are literally going in that. You know this, right? It's awesome.
Yeah, you're gonna.
I sat my foot there. I said, speaking of queer history, you need to be at West Plains next weekend. They're like, I heard about that.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, that's history. It's gonna be history. Be there.
Actually making some for you real quick, you know.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I guess I should get off here and get me some dinner and all that good stuff.
All right. Well, before you go, one more time for your audience and for my audience, who are you and where can they find you?
My name's Cammy Storm. I'm on Facebook under Cammy Storm, and I'm also one of the people that help run the West Plains Pride page there on Facebook. We're in West Plains, Missouri, and our little event's going to be at Galloway Park in West Plains, Missouri. We're calling it Pride at Galloway Park, West Plains Pride at Galloway Park. And with me here, we've got Stevie Miller. And Stevie's online the same. You'll catch the TikToks. Those are any comment you give on the TikToks for the West Plains Pride. Stevie that's going to be taking care of that.
You want to shout out your ads on TikTok?
It's West Plains Pride with period in between West and period. Like it's West period Plains period Pride.
And on our email address is westplainsprideCommittee@gmail.com. And I'm pretty easy to reach on Facebook. I usually return any messages. I don't do my personal phone number because I just
wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it.
But you can definitely get a hold of me on social media. We're also at if you ever need to just don't have another way and you want to use snail mail, you can shoot us a letter at West Office Box 383, West Plains, Missouri, 65775. Let's see, did I leave anything out on how to get all of us? The Facebook, what's the Insta handle?
Yeah, it's just West Plains Pride.
West Plains Pride on Insta, all one word. And I think that's it, isn't it? Oh, let me shoot one more plug at you.
Huh?
If you do happen to be in the West Plains area and you do feel lonely, come up to the folks group there that Aaron Rigdon runs. That's on Trish Knight Street. It's right across from the post office on the side of the building on West Trish Knight Street. 102 West Trish Knight. You can't miss it. There's the pride flag in the window, and yeah, it's the only pride flag downtown. But definitely, if you 5:30 every Monday evening, be there. It's a group of good people, and Aaron's a good guy. He runs a good group, and makes everybody feel heard and respected in there, you know? Yeah. Let's see, anything else we need to cover?
I don't know. Get your ass to Pride.
Get your ass to Pride.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Heard it here first, folks. And I'm definitely going to be there for sure. Like I say, I'd like to be there, at least for Saturday, but probably be hard. I'm gonna have to be like passed out, like dead to the world if I'm not there on Sunday also.
Yeah.
Which in that kind of heat could happen. So I'm not leaving it outside of the realm of possibilities, but I'm definitely going to be there for Saturday, for as long as I can.
Bring your sunscreen. Make sure you stay hydrated. Anytime you feel like you're just having too much, get over to the misting stations, get over to the shady spots. And if you have a problem, if you feel like you just need help, holler.
Yellow lanyards. Find us with
Yellow lanyards. Find somebody with a yellow lanyard. We'll lead you to the right spot. Our vendors will also be helpful. If you need anything, just holler. There will always be somebody there for anything you need. Just there's no need to feel alone and lost at Pride. And if you're feeling sick from the heat because you had too much, that's okay. We can get you cooled off. We can make sure you're safe.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I appreciate y'all coming out and you know and giving us the 411 on what's happening up this weekend. I'm super stoked about it myself.
Right. Sure appreciate you having us on the show.
Hey, absolutely, absolutely. Like I say, as soon as I you know, my brain was able to bring it all together, I was like, I wonder if I'm going to be able to, you know, find the time to catch these folks, you know, to talk about this in order to, you know, to be able to promote this for you guys, you know, firstly, give you enough time that you even, you know, could share it out with anyone who may be interested, but then also to, you know, just for my sake, this way, you know, I would be able to kind of commingle, you know, the service of having you guys talking about the event itself, and then of course, you know, maybe able to steal your audience there, which yeah, I mean that was my main goal, was to be able to find out what it is specifically you guys are like wanting to get out of Pride there in West Plains, and what the motivations were, because, you know, I've always wondered why, you know, this sort of thing wasn't there before. And it sounds like y'all did too. So I'm super happy to hear that, you know, we're finally being able to get something in that, you know, neck of the woods in that part of the country. Long overdue, you know. And
That's
easy to predict this is going to have a lasting effect on the culture of the community. And I love that, you know.
I sure do appreciate you.
Hey, for sure. Anytime. And now that y'all have, you know, now, so in order to get into screen time here, I went ahead and threw you guys roles. So, you know, every once in a while we just, if I'm in Discord and I'm streaming, you know, if something comes across your mind, or, you know, feel free. I mean, I don't exactly do viewer call-ins, but if I'm in, you know, screen time, just jump on in. If you got something you want to bring across my attention, or if you want to have a little debate about something.
That sounds fun too. I mean, thank you for the invite. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you coming out, and y'all have a great rest of your week here, and happy Pride. I'll see you this weekend.
See you next weekend.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
All right. Got their ass. You believe that? Oh, yeah. Oh, I can't believe it. Did so well. All right. That was a good conversation. Good folks. No, I really dig it. No, for real though. This is unironically something that the area has, like I said, a long time coming. And definitely glad that, you know, that it's being organized and being held by folks who are seeing the utility of having something like this in the community. It's good for the community, it's good for business, but it's also good for, you know, the surrounding communities, right? Where people in rural communities are few and far between. This means that finding any sort of peerage in, you know, these rural communities, finding peerage in general in these communities is few and far between, okay? But let alone for queer people, right? So it's good that they're able to bring something like that to the area, because again, your other option is to drive an hour, 2 hours, hour and a half, whatever, 3 hours in the other direction. You know, if you want to do something like this, and a lot of folks, you know, they just don't do it, or they can't afford it, or, you know, they end up like me and they're like, oh man, my car's broke down for like 6 months and they can't go nowhere for like 6 months. And, you know, so maybe they don't get to go to Pride that year. If they can't afford it, or if one of their homies ain't doing a thing. But, you know, this way, it's right down the road. you know. So that's good. I love that. And this is going to have a lasting effect. It's not going to make that part of it's not going to make Southern Missouri gay immediately. But what it is going to do is it's going to, kind of brighten the atmosphere around the queer community, and at least show people know that, hey, there was a Pride Fest that happened, and look, Satan didn't crawl out of the toilet and bite me in the asshole. Can you believe it? That unironically didn't happen. So this is great. I'm super glad though. And it was a good conversation too. So best of both worlds. All right, let me try and catch up with chat because I ignored you fuckers for 3 hours. Be surprised if anyone's even here to hear my screes. Okay, I think we left off with Warlord. Okay. Exists everywhere in the Ozarks. We should have to go to another. Okay. Illinois is the closest safe state. True. Queer people who grew up in the area, they move to a better area. Everyone deserves to exist and thrive anywhere they choose or not choose. We have 7 neighboring states. Arkansas is doing low key better than Missouri. I feel like there's a lot going on in Arkansas right now, which is kind of awesome. Angel just posted about this. I tagged Gene in it because I get so excited. Anytime anything happens in Arkansas, I'm just like, I wonder if Gene knows about this. I wonder if he's even paying attention. Because I know Gene is like super hardcore, like electoral. So yeah, he's big on voting. Big on voting. I love that. It's like one of my favorite things about Gene and Max is that they're fucking. I mean, Max is a ferner, so you can only love that motherfucker so much. But that they're both very electoral minded. I love this. This is fantastic. And Gene being the neighbor and a Hello Kitty fan, once queer people are free, everyone else is free. Such amazing days. Spike can be a great motivator. True. I mean, just examples of like where it can go the other way, though. I have villain arcs. I'm on a villain arc right now, actually. So Mata Ursa, that's part of what you had. You're gonna hear your name and then jump back in chat. I know it. So that was part of what you asked here. Did you miss some good shit last night? I didn't pop off on Chuds, but I did pop off on. So you were here last year when I got canceled for Pride. I got canceled for Pride again. Different group this time, but similar circumstances. Went over this. It was a whole thing. This basically the entire stream was me ranting about how I got canceled for Pride by a bunch of woke scolds, who whatever, ableist woke scolds, who are from I can only assume are anti-kink, or are so afraid of their own shadow, that I don't know. It's anyway. So that was a whole thing that we went over last night. It just keeps happening. Every year it's becoming a Pride tradition, where I piss off some woke scold, because I'm based and intersectional, and they are cringe and essentialist. And I'm sure that in the future that when this comes up, because lo and behold, all of these little communities are connected. I'm sure that whenever this comes up, it's going to be all, oh no, I'm being taken out of context, and I would love to have that conversation. I'm more than willing to have that conversation. More than willing to have that conversation in full. If anyone who wants to fucking debate any of my positions on any of, say, intersectionality or whatever, need only watch my stream from last night to get all of the talking points that you're going to hear in full from me, if that so comes to pass. So it's it should be easy for you, right? I would assume. But yeah. Your New Testament story. I made some shrimp scampi last night. Hell yeah. DJ's had Margaritaville shrimp too. Damn. Yeah, I haven't had seafood in a little while, so I went ahead and took the luxury of making some shrimp some scramps for myself. Just some shit thrown in the air fryer. Nothing real special. I do plan on doing a little bit of cooking maybe after the weekend though. Next week I'm going to have several days off, unfortunately, so we will be streaming. We will be streaming a lot coming up. So we got to do what we got to do, which means that you got to pay Saw. It means that you got to go to chainsawccc.com/memberships, and you got to subscribe and get you a cool little blue name highlight in chat, at the very least for $5 per month. You can get a highlighted name in chat and get paid attention to. Unlike the rest of those fuckers in Twitch chat and Facebook chat, don't get paid attention to at all. Poor bastards. And they're talking shit with no mods, mod free. You just hate, do whatever you want to. Come over here, say some things. But yeah, that's a lot of fun. Anyway, I have been streaming for like several hours and I have to pee. And then we're gonna play some Factorio. So let's give it a second and I'll be RB. Hopefully nobody jumps in the Discord and says anything insane. I am going to swap this over here to the waiting screen though while we wait. All right, the cat's knocked over something. Give me just a second here. I'm gonna need like 5 minutes. All right. Holy shit. My God, that was a. Oh. My neck, my back. Oh. Other things with cracks. All right. So, yeah. Where were we? A place in Factorio, I think. Let's fucking jump into that. Oh man, there was. What is it? Okay, so we did the one thing. Okay, that's funny. All right. So we did the one thing. There was something else, and then we'll jump into some Factorio here. And then I have a TYT video that Ted brought to my attention, actually. So I figure we'll take a look at that. Okay, so good place for this. Literally nowhere. Okay. Violent crime is falling nationwide. Here's how we know. What? Wait a minute. I thought all the chuds wanted us to think that violent crime was like on the rise or something, right? Preliminary FBI data, however imperfect, confirms a sharp downward trend in crime. Holy shit! Is this real? Undercutting attempts to blame criminal justice reform for pandemic-era spikes in violence. Okay. So crime is down. This is kind of the perfect lead-in, actually, to the other thing. I'm going to go ahead and pull chat down over here. Not that far. Holy shit. Too much. All right. Close some of these windows or something. So yeah. Misleading statements about crime and public safety are already proliferating in this election cycle. As November draws closer, misinformation is likely to intensify. That makes it even more important to take a closer look at what the best and most recent crime data tells us. One major trend is becoming clear. Violent crime dropped in 2021 and 2022, and then declined again significantly in 2023. Well, the audacity. We'll have to wait until the fall for final government data to confirm this trend. Until then, here's what we know, how we know it, and what it means. Drawing on both city data and the most recent information from the FBI, city level data shows a decline in violent crime. You know what? We go ahead and switch that on for no reason. Whatever. Fuck 'em. Deal with it. See what happens there. That should be interesting. Okay. That should be real interesting. Okay. So city level crime reports are the best places to look for up to the minute crime data. Combining enough city level crime data can in turn approximate national trends. Two research teams have used this approach to give a sense of crime in 2022 or in 2023. Both show sharp declines in violent crime. Drawing on data from 38 cities across the country, the Council on Criminal Justice reported that homicide declined by 10% in 2023. It also noted declines in assaults, gun assaults, burglary, larceny, but a sharp spike in motor vehicle thefts. Similarly, Jeff Asher, a researcher and expert in data and crime and public safety, studied murder data from 175 cities, found a 7% decline in murders through December 2023 compared to 2022. These cities are from across the country and include jurisdictions led by Republicans and Democrats alike. A murder decline of this magnitude would be historic. The sharpest one-year drop in records occurred in 1996, when the number of murders nationwide fell by more than 9% compared to 1995. Oakley dokley. Crime trends in the largest. This is the fucking polar opposite of what conservatives, have been harping on.
what is it in St. Louis? You see a lot of this from state legislators. About the crime in St. Louis and what's being done in Corey Bush's district. Am I right, ladies? Crime trends in the largest cities tend to grab headlines and help shape our understanding of national developments. That makes careful examination of data from these cities especially important. Broadly, the news about murder trends from 2022 to 2023 is encouraging. There were 100 few murders in Philadelphia in 2023 compared to the previous year, a decline of roughly 20%. In Baltimore, murders also declined by roughly 20%, falling below 300 for the first time since 2024. Similarly, New York City saw nearly 50 fewer homicides, a drop of roughly 11%. Notable in their own, these declines also undercut politicized claims that crime is rising in blue cities. Yeah. Sure. They sure be do, huh? Shit, we gave that the wrong stream title there. Damn. Done fucked up the Twitter. Well, we tried. Folks are going to come in thinking we're talking about Riot Games still. Oh well. We change that? No, probably not. All right. Well, anyway. I don't guess that matters. I wonder what that looks like. I'm just curious. Hold on a second. Because I wanted to see if we could pull an audience from Twitter. Yeah, it just says whatever it says. That's cool. All right, well, yet. I guess whatever. Who cares? Y'all have fun over there. You got the link to this side chat, so come on over. Yeah, we're not talking about Valorant anymore. That was a while back. Notable on their own, these declines also undercut politicized. Okay. Rising in blue cities. On the contrary, the data demonstrates that Democrat-led cities, which also happen to be some of the nation's most populous, follow, and in some cases, lead the national trend toward decreasing violence. Of course, this overall trend is not universal, and causes for concern remain. Just as all available police data points to a decline in murders, those same sources also indicate an increase in motor vehicle thefts. True. Just had someone telling me about getting their car broken into like the other day, actually. Horrible shit. Some cities like Washington, D.C. also saw violence continue to surge in 2023. Last, but of vital importance, even with these declines, murder rates likely remain above 2019 levels nationally and in most cities. See. On March 18th, the FBI released preliminary quarterly crime data for 2023, intended to supplement the FBI's annual fall report on nationwide crime trends. These quarterly reports offer an early but incomplete look at criminal data from a smaller group of police agencies. They're represented in final annual reports. The latest release, covers more than 80% of the population. Very robust sample. Even if there are errors in the city level data, that should be corrected before the FBI releases final year-end data in the fall. The broad trend matches what researchers have observed in collections of city data about crime trends between 2022 and 2023. Specifically, the FBI's report shows remarkable declines in murder, down 13.2%. Violent crime, down 5.7%. Property crime, down 4.3%. Of the 7 major offenses tracked by the FBI, the report shows an increase only in motor vehicle theft. Well, fuck. Up 10.7%. Not wonderful, obviously. Can confirm, unfortunately. As for crimes other than murder, we'll have to wait until the fall to test the possibility of underreporting. That's when the National Criminal Victimization Survey, an analysis by the Justice Department's Bureau of Justice Statistics that studies people's experiences with non-lethal crime, will release its 2023 data. Unfortunately, data quality issues make it difficult to draw firm conclusions from the NCVS's most recent releases. Last skeptics might point to the FBI's recent transition to a new crime reporting system, which led to relatively few police agencies providing data for the Bureau's 2021 crime report. As another weak spot in the recent crime data, but agency reporting has improved since 2021, and the FBI took other steps to ensure a more complete report in 2022. The new report covering 2023 will likely mark another important improvement. Crime data is far from perfect, but the FBI's data is improving in both quality and frequency of reporting. And the independent research allows us to double check the Bureau's work as that process continues. Putting the two pieces together, a clear picture is emerging, one that shows significant decreases in violent crime in recent years. Rapidly changing crime trends underscore the value of having crime data that is timely and reliable. Policymakers and leaders in civil society should continue to work realizing the goal. That's it. That's all we got. All right. Well, there we go then, folks. So there's that. Crime trending down. Crime on a downward trend. Crime being less in crime time, right? So that's a thing. That's a thing that we just read. That's a thing that we just read, and we will definitely keep in mind as we start to play some Factorio and react to this fucking TYT video that Ted sent us. See, should I? Yeah, let's turn on the sound. Well, we'll do a little sound here. How's that? Is that too loud? So what's my sound at? My sound is at real fucking loud. Okay, cool. So how's that? Is that too loud for? I'm gonna go ahead and turn this fucking filter back on over here. The old side chain. Okay, that should be fine. All right, so we're gonna start a new game in Factorio here, and then we'll react. We'll get this started, and then we'll react to the TYT video. I'm not gonna lie though, if this gives us like a garbage fucking map, I'm totally turning this shit off and trying it again. Protect yourself from the natives. True.
You got to start tanning your balls, bro.
Beelzebub. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow, buddy. What do we got here? We got coal, we got copper, we got stone, we got iron. We got nothing but open land. Love that. Well, at least we have some room to work. That's not completely awful. Some resources, I guess. At least some to start. Start by... Okay, these are not rocks that we can mine. Okay, this is just coal. Okay. So let's start with the furnace. And miner. And there we go. Pretty much should take care of itself, right? We're looking for rocks. So the idea is we're going to mine some rocks, I guess. Mine some rocks, build some more furnaces. We're going to try and move into electric as soon as possible because I absolutely fucking hate this coal shit. I've only made it up to blue science. Actually, I haven't really even played with blue science that much. Actually, I think I went to black science, which is military science. The old black science juice. Let's start by trying to find some stone and wood. I think that'll be our best bet. We're gonna need the wood when it comes to building power lines. We're gonna need the stone for massive stone. For getting stoned, basically. Unironically. Getting stoned is going to be required. Really. You know, I wonder. If I move this here. Okay. Swap that there. Can I see all the chats that I care? I guess we can. Okay, well. Turns out there is a way. Alright. Let's go to sounds. Cut this down a little bit. At least a 5% for now. Try watching this fucking dead size. Picture. Hold on.
Recently, left-wing writer Freddie DeBoer pushed back on a piece that was written by Mark Healy over at New York's Curbed. The piece is titled, "How the Mayor's Crackdown on Illegal Mopeds Has Beaten Down Food Delivery Workers. They're mostly cracking down on people doing deliveries." In it, Healy seeks to provide cover for those engaging in illegal actions due to their marginalized status. DeBoer is not fond of that kind of thinking. In fact, if you follow his work, this is a common theme that I actually appreciate, and you'll see why in just a moment. So he wrote his response on his Substack, which is one of my favorite Substacks. I am a paid subscriber, and I want to disclose that to the audience. I think it's important for you to know that. DeBoer's response is titled, "The Marginalized Should Just Be Allowed to Break the Rules is Bigoted and Unworkable." And we will include a link to that piece in the description box if you'd like to check it out.
All right.
DeBoer highlights the severe consequences of just allowing people to use illegal mopeds in densely populated parts of the country with impunity, like New York. Now, a teenager was just killed after the scooter she was riding on got into a crash with an SUV. Last year, a 6-year-old was struck by a scooter driving illegally in Harlem, causing near fatal injuries, including multiple skull fractures. But NYC transplant culture dictates brushing off each and every threat to basic order as a tedious concern of the squares, inspiring the LOL crime school of politics that such people endorse when on their web browsers. I'm willing to guess that they embody a different philosophy when waiting at a low traffic subway station late at night. 100%. Now, DeBoer does not mince words either, writing, "Are you telling me that a poor brown immigrant from Ecuador can't be expected to meet the standard of not driving their scooter at top speed the wrong way down a one-way street that's thick with pedestrians? I'm sorry, but I don't see any non-racist way to believe that." Finally, what I appreciate about DeBoer's work, including this very piece, is that even as someone firmly on the left, he's not afraid to critique the strategies of criminal justice reformers. Most of the people who had recently advocated for defunding the police stopped doing so, but antipathy towards the police remained and powered many lefty debates, understandably, given how much there is to criticize in American policing. No particular vision of responsible and achievable criminal justice reform coalesced, though, because that's hard and everybody mostly wanted to move on. As I said recently, in an incredibly short time frame, most people in media went from cosplaying as Black Panthers on Twitter.
Showing up on the first page of Google
Jesus.
might not be the best for everyone.
Do not love that.
To a stance of, look, this is all very embarrassing. I'm tired. Can we not talk about this? And this has been a pretty big disaster in many large liberal cities, including my own place of residence, Los Angeles. We're left in this space where there's a reflexive anti-authority instinct, endless amounts of LOL crime, LOL, 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 and no actual tangible adult position on how to deal with law and order issues in a free society, all coming from people who self-identify as left of center, which means they should be inherently aligned with the concept of good government. Joining us now to talk about this piece and more is the man himself, Freddie DeBoer. Freddie, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I, again, just want to tell you that I appreciate your work, and you're one of the individuals who basically forced me to think about these types of issues a lot more critically. I'm going to raise my hand and say that I was part of the media that was super gung-ho with the defund the police crowd, because you look at the disparity in policing, you look at the way that people of color are treated in this country, and yeah, it disgusts you and you want to support any effort to change that. But as you point out, there are some issues that could actually lead the pendulum to swing back to a tough on crime direction. And in fact, we are seeing that in some liberal cities that had loosened up some laws, and in states like Oregon.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TYT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's going to
Danny Jenk needs money.
On these
in business.
Why did you decide to focus on the moped issue for your argument in this piece? Because I think a lot of people would look at that and be like, it's not a big deal.
Well, I think that first of all, it's just it's a big deal in the sense that these are many thousands of interactions that are happening all over the city every time someone on an e-bike or a moped or a scooter is on the sidewalk and very nearly comes close to hitting someone. And that's a real quality of life issue that affects a lot of people all the time. I also think that with this particular sort of framing of it in the New York Magazine piece, you really have a sort of classic example of what contemporary liberalism just kind of can't wrap its hands around, which is you have a genuinely unsafe set of behaviors that are being committed by people who genuinely are marginal, who are linguistically marginal economically, and many of them are undocumented immigrants. And the fundamental point that I have to make is the answer cannot be that we're just going to let people do whatever they want if we think that they're marginalized. Of course, these delivery guys are highly sympathetic. And I think a lot of the blame lies on the feet of the delivery companies that don't pay them by the hour, but pay them by the delivery, which necessitates them driving like madmen all over the city. But fundamentally, just the idea that, okay, these people cannot be expected to follow basic rules.
Okay, so it's not okay. Just want to make sure. So it's not so much that like, oh, this is right. Like you catch that, right? Guys like, oh man, like these minorities, they're like, they come over here and like, they're like, oh, well, this guy was speeding and like, it was, like whatever. And then, but the libs though, the libs are like, id pull. We gotta, the minorities, he's speeding. And like he's brown though, so like we gotta let the guy go, right? Like that's id pull, right? And so what they're saying is, oh no, that's actually racist, AF, to be like, oh well, the guy commits a crime, but like we're letting him go because we can't expect the foreigner to be able to read the stop sign and not just be a criminal. That's actually more racist, right? That's his argument. That's what we're arguing here. The guy just lost the argument just by even, I would have left that out. That we're even considering the fact that it was a delivery driver who works a job that pays by the hour, but not by the hour, but by the delivery. DoorDash, Uber Eats type work that pays specifically by how many you can get. See, I don't know. I've worked those kind of jobs, but I've worked those kind of jobs in a place where you just sit there for fucking hours. So if you ever actually do get, a run, it really doesn't matter how quickly you're able to get that delivered because you might sit there for another 20 fucking minutes. So you're just thankful that you get to get out and do anything. So like, there's no need to speed. But maybe this guy lives in a place where there, otherwise would be. And also, have you been on the streets? People drive like fucking jackwagons all the goddamn time. It's not completely unheard of for people to just be, I don't know, from Florida and show up and drive like fucking jackasses. Literal dangers to the people around them. So what are we actually arguing here? What points are we actually trying to make here? That because this guy's brown is and that that's why he's driving like a maniac, or is it because this guy's brown and has a shitty delivery job that requires him to get there in a certain time, but lives in a place where the jobs are frequent enough that he can actually maybe make some money? Because you know what? Those delivery jobs, they don't pay dick. I mean, maybe they do, but my experience again, when you got to pay half or slightly more than half of what you're actually making in order to just eat something and pay for fuel to drive back and forth to work and then to drive around while you're working, that shit don't pay shit. And you still end up paying fucking an insane amount in taxes at the next year. Fuck, if I'd have known what I know now back then, I'd have paid quarterly taxes. Fuck them, So automatically, this is going to be a dog shit argument. Super thing. I really didn't know. I watched like seconds of this. We're 6 minutes into a 21-minute video. I watched 2 minutes and was just like, I don't really know where this is going to go.
But yeah, super thankful that Ted brought this to my attention because I'm already super fucking annoyed by the premise that this guy is, pushing this on, and the fact that Anna is, this feels like a direct disinformation, unironically, but you know, I'm curious. I'm curious where this is going to go. I don't think it's going to go anywhere good though. I really don't. I think this is just going to get really fucking silly, really fucking fast. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt here. Maybe he'll pick it up. But it's not looking so good.
Rules and laws that keep the rest of us safe depends on the notion that they're incapable of doing so, which, as I say in the piece, is a deeply racist notion.
You know, it reminds me of what happened in the Culver City School District in, LA.
For the ones searching for the products you need, Grainger.com is always there for you. Find
where they decided, okay, look, there's a lack of Latino students in our advanced placement classes or honors classes. And because of that, we're just gonna scrap the honors classes altogether. Which to me is an incredibly racist way of handling it, because it's just this assumption that, the students can't rise to the occasion. How about approach it from a mindset of what can we do to lift these students up, right? And so when it comes to, that type of thinking in the, law and order sense, it's the same feel. Like we're expected marginalized people to behave a certain way. And I just have higher expectations for people. And I think that we can reform our criminal justice system in a way that's actually beneficial for everyone. It includes the individuals who could be reformed, it could or rehabilitated. It includes justice for the victims. But I'm curious, have you seen any examples of efforts to reform policing that's been effective, or maybe reforms to the prison system?
Well, I think that we have the framework for that, which is the George Floyd Justice and Policing Bill. It was a big omnibus police reform bill. The fact that it was happening at the federal level kind of limited what it could do, given how local policing is, but it contained lots of great provisions related to body cameras and to banning chokeholds and to just many, many different things. Small bore, but if you add them all together, they become a big deal, these reforms. Unfortunately, the George Floyd Justice and Policing bill got middled because the Republicans are always going to hate it because they're going to be pro-cop no matter what. And at the time, a lot of the activist class sort of dismissed it as a watered down compromise. This was at the time when everyone was talking about a reckoning and how small measures weren't going to work. And so it didn't have the left-wing champions that it needed, and it died twice in Congress. But that's what it's going to take. Unfortunately, there's no one magic policy change that we can enact to fix American policing. It's going to take a lot of small changes over time in many places, which means that we have to be, number one, committed to actually looking at what the data and the evidence tells us. We have to be committed to not thinking that we're going to solve all of these problems immediately. But at the moment that all of that stuff was happening, when, Nancy Pelosi is wearing kente cloth and kneeling in the halls of Congress, that nobody wanted to hear about reform.
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point there, because I think a lot of those reforms were good ideas, but I feel like the criminal justice reform movement was to some extent kind of co-opted with like this anarchist flavor, and by individuals who suddenly were promoting, maximalist solutions in their minds, like prison abolition. And so am I kind of exaggerating that, or did you notice that as well?
Well, I think there's two things to say immediately. The first is that don't underestimate the fact that defund the police was something, right? In other words, people were casting around for something, for anything. And again, criminal justice reform isn't like reforming the American medical system, where you can say Medicare for all will utterly change the system and they're going to fix a ton of problems. Criminal justice reform, there just isn't that one thing. And so, sort of police abolition or prison abolition stuff goes back a very long way. And so there was this pre-existing sort of set of attitudes about it that people could grab onto. I think a lot of people grabbed onto it because they didn't know what else to do. But I do want to say, like you mentioned anarchism, right? Mm-hmm. This is one of the things that really drives me crazy, which is that if you talk to most of the sort of young lefties who have been minted, let's say since 2016, right? If you talk to people who became socialists or came out as socialists or developed socialist identity, that's what they'll say. They'll say that they tend to identify as socialists. But there's no engagement with the fact that socialism and anarchism are two different things. Like there's this constant tendency to say, well, okay, reform of policing is a sort of liberal or not as far left sort of idea, whereas just getting rid of it all, that's the left idea. But that's not the left idea, all right? You can go back through hundreds of years of left theory of what the proper role of the police are in the state. Many very far left societies have also been quite authoritarian when it comes to law and order. And it just speaks to the sense in which, we recruited a lot of soldiers in the last 8 or so years, and I'm happy for that. But many of them just don't have the backing in the theory that underlies these positions. And so you get these sort of this constant slippages, like anarchism and socialism are the same thing, when in fact that's been the biggest division within the far left for.
I feel like at this point we kind of have to define socialism, my guy, because something tells me that what you're going to consider as socialism, sitting next to Anna Kasparian, is going to be strikingly different from what I would consider socialism. Just getting a vibe. Just getting a vibe here. Yeah, I don't think that I don't yeah. I mean, yes, all things considered, there are a lot of people who call themselves socialists who are cringe as fuck. Cringe as the fuck. And they should be laughed at and mocked about it. Very much a thing. No issue there. Zero issues with this. All things considered, one of them is related to her boss. But that doesn't necessarily mean that is in any way, recognized by normal people who go out and touch grass as in any way inherently socialist or socialism even. That particular brand of campism is neither socialist nor effective nor leftist. It's literally just authoritarian at its core, at its absolute core. So I've seen a lot of this lately from liberals who follow me online. That I also follow, a lot of umpies who are liberals, posting about, socialists are this, socialists do this. And I get it. I totally get why people are why liberals right now, right this second right now, are very anti-socialist. It's because these fucking tanky fucks and these campist fucks that I've basically been dealing with for, since the 2022 elections, and slightly before, but just not in such large quantities, online, making fun of and seeing in my replies saying dumb fucking shit to my based ass takes. When liberals look at what is a socialist or what is a communist, that's what they see. That's what they think of. They think of, we've seen one bit of drama that's been taken off today about everyone trying to cancel AOC because instead of condemning every single Israeli, colonist settler, she dared to fucking criticize the state of Israel. And that has some sort of bearing in any capacity on anything to these fucking weirdos. Literally the most cringe shit imaginable. But yeah, it doesn't. It means nothing. It's literally meaningless. Their opinions are meaningless. These people don't vote anyway. They're just harassing a politician that actually, for the most part, agrees with them everything outside of their cringe-ass takes, and is actually attempting to do anything about any of this. Is AOC the savior? Well, fuck no. Jesus. That's not what it's about. It's about any results in a world full of no results, thanks mostly to what we've seen from the DNC and what we've seen from folks like good old President Joe Biden, sitting on his hands and with his face in his own ass, while what's been going on in Palestine has been going on for as long as it's been going on, and seeing nothing. And while that's bad, while that's not good, while that's actually not great news, actually, and plenty of reason to criticize Biden, what they're doing with this too little too late shit at AOC is fucking insane to me. This is not how you convince these people that you're correct. This is actually just how you make all the rest of us look like psychotic fucking losers. And rightfully so. At this point, it's completely understandable why liberals are thinking that all leftists are like this, and why all socialists are like this, because of all the cringe motherfuckers doing this, and it's absolutely just atrocious. The shit I see online is mind-blowingly fucking stupid from people who also would call themselves leftists. Just embarrassing. This is not how we make any sort of systemic change. This is not how we win any sort of elections. This certainly isn't how we stop a genocide. What we're actually doing, though, is we're building lots of clout, and we're getting all the other tankies super excited about seeing our next tweets where we call out AOC. That's what we're doing. That's all we've been doing. And one of the people at the very center of that, the same weirdo fucking tanky who harassed me about making reference to voting in local elections being a great fucking idea, actually. Yeah, that's all she is about, is just clout building for her tanky audience. And how do I know this? Well, witnessed this for about a year now. And, she's also a mod for a very large campus streamer, who isn't necessarily anti-electoral himself, but, yeah. Certainly doesn't give a shit that he has a bunch of psychotic fucking, campus and tankies, actually modding for his stream. So, there is that. Unironic, Hamas supporters, not pro-Palestine. Let me caveat that for anyone who may be listening in the future here. Not pro-Palestine. These people are not pro-Palestinian. The pro-Palestinian position would be not doing anything that encourages the state of Israel to do some weird, fucked up genocidal shit on Palestinian civilians. That's the pro-Palestinian dance on things. That's the one that actually has the best interest of the Palestinian civilians in mind, is the one that doesn't encourage more fucking civilian deaths just for their fifis, unironically for the sake of their fifis. That would actually be the one. But these fucking people, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. Anyway, back to this shit.
Hundreds of years.
Yeah, and you make a really great point in your piece.
My point was, those are the people who these people think of when they think of socialists. They don't think about people like me. They don't think about people like Ted. They think about, well, all the people who either do or used to follow Ted that have either me blocked or both of us blocked now.
About how it's important for the left to pursue policies that show how government works, how government can be helpful and beneficial to your life. I'm not talking about, overreaching actions by the government, but I'm talking about funding things like, let's say, public parks or public transportation. Actually, public transportation is a good topic to just touch on right now because there is a problem in places like LA with people who typically would use public transportation no longer wanting to because there's been this permissive attitude toward drug use. And I'm talking about hard drugs, like people literally smoking methamphetamine on the train, which bothers people. You don't want to inhale that. You don't want to see that. And so when the government just allows that to happen with impunity, well, then it kind of signals to the population that government's ineffective and they don't really know how to do their jobs. I think that's pretty damaging, no?
Oh, totally. And I mean, I think public transportation in New York is a very good example, which is just that it costs money. In order for that money to be secured, you need to have riders who are paying the fare, and you need to have tax dollars. In order to have tax dollars, you have to have people who are enthusiastic about taking the train. And to have people who are enthusiastic about taking the trains have to be safe. And it is so mind-boggling to me, the notion that talking about train safety is somehow some sort of like liberal squish position. Everyone should have the right to travel in clean, effective, safe public transportation. I was horrified by the killing of Jordan Neely, and I've written a bunch about it. I have been incredibly frustrated by the way that his death has been discussed in much of these discussions, because the presumption from so many people writing in the media is that the two choices were either Jordan Neely got choked to death on the floor of a train, or he should just be free to wander around psychotic, emaciated, smoking synthetic marijuana, committing random acts of violence. Those are not the choices, right? But the only way to be able to save someone like Jordan Neely and a lot of other people is if you have a government that is willing to use force in order to help them. And again, I don't know where the notion that to be on the left means that you think the government should never use force in any capacity. I don't know where that came from. And you can contrast it with all kinds of regulation, right? We stand for good government. We stand for regulatory systems that ensure that things happen in a way that is beneficial to society. And regulation always comes at the barrel of a gun.
Yes, what happened to Jordan Neely was a disgrace and a complete failure by local government. And, the argument that you'll typically hear from lefties is, well, it's because government failed to get him the mental health care he needed. But that's not actually correct, because due to other crimes he had committed previously, which could be tied to his mental health condition, he was given the option to either go to prison or go to inpatient mental health care. So he obviously chose the latter. That's a way better option. But unfortunately, he was just able to walk out. And that's not mandatory inpatient mental health treatment. That's the opposite of that. And so, you yourself have openly spoken about and written about your own mental health, condition, and how that experience has led you to your opinion that there should be forced inpatient treatment for people. Can you elaborate on that a little more?
Yeah, sure. So forced treatment, right? Involuntary treatment saved my life. I would not be here without it. Just literally would not be here. When I have been psychotic, I have been forced into treatment in a way that has saved my life and potentially the lives of others. I wrote a piece for the Daily Beast about Jordan Neely, and I said, involuntary commitment could have saved Jordan Neely's life. And after it came out, I stuck it into the search bar on Twitter to see what people were saying. And person after person after person said, well, actually, maybe that guy could just not kill him. To which the answer is, okay, maybe if he didn't kill him, Jordan Neely would still be rotting to death on that train, right? Like he was in a state that was, or he was going to die of something sooner or later because he was so unhealthy. These activists, disability activists who I fight with all the time, they love to talk about autonomy and freedom and independence, but there is
we hate those things.
Freedom or independence when your brain is being hijacked by a defect of neurochemistry. Like I am not free when I am psychotic. I am quite the opposite of free. And I think it's really important that people at home know, if they don't, we have been making it harder to involuntarily treat people for 60 plus years. There's been a whole string of policy choices, of laws passed, of court decisions that have made it harder and harder and harder to compel someone to get care when they really need it. And part of the wreckage of all this are families who desperately want their loved ones to take their medications and stay in treatment. And we have not created the policy atmosphere where it's possible to force them to when they really need to be forced.
What would you say to those who push back against your argument here and say, well, we've already had experiences with the asylums of yesteryear and they were awful, the conditions were terrible, people were mistreated, and we don't want to go back to that? Because that is a common argument or counterpoint that people make.
Sure. Some of the asylums certainly were awful. It's not the case that all of them were. Unfortunately, when you talk to people about this, their reference point is almost always a handful of movies. There is no attempt to sort of access actual historical data on this question. If I ever hear someone refer to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest one more time, I'm going to lose it. The reality is that, yes, there were absolutely many things about the asylums that were ugly and undesirable. But again, we started the deinstitutionalized process, and a ton of people were not shepherded out of the asylums into, autonomous and successful lives. They just ended up on the streets. It is incredible to me that people think that sleeping under a bridge is somehow better than being an inpatient in an asylum. Of course, we need to always put patient safety and patient rights as a paramount part of all of this. But the reality is, these people cannot define another possible way in which we might save these people than through compelling treatment. The fundamental issue, you said it yourself about Jordan Neely, he was diverted out after randomly assaulting a 60-plus-year-old person for no reason. He was diverted out of jail through a mental health treatment program, which is exactly what we want and what liberals want. But as you said, he just walked out the door. And if we actually want to be humane, we have to come up with a systemic solution to a systemic problem, which everybody talks about all the time now, is systemic solutions. But you can't just say the word programs, right? I mean, so often when I get into these debates with people who are opposed to involuntary commitment, I say, what should happen? What could we have done to save Jordan Neely? What could we do to save the people who are currently dying of gangrenous limbs in under park benches somewhere? And they say, we need more programs. There needs to be government funding. There needs to be programs. The problem is none of that stuff matters if these people are treatment resistant because of their mental illness. It is a very common feature of psychotic disorders that they prevent people from being able to understand that they're sick. And if your solution is just give them voluntary programs, the problem is that's tried many places. It's been tried for many years. And if you can't compel people to stay in their treatment, they're just going to end up on the streets again.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is just taking a turn. Like I say, we're kind of jumping around here between guy goes and drives like a maniac because of the results of unregulated capitalism, unregulated job, regard to pay structures, and now we've made that into an argument for Well, it's actually the leftists, the socialists who are racist. Socialists just want big government for for this, that, and the other thing. But they don't want facilities to treat the mentally ill, homeless people. I don't know. They're fucking brain dead shit. Losing me on some of that. That's this is it's getting late, and it's getting to be a bit too much to follow all this bullshit. I think we've hit where we need to go, and I think we are gonna raid the fuck out. Let's see which one of the homies is gonna be our lucky victim tonight. I do want to thank y'all for stopping by, though. It was a lot of fun. Had a great time. Had a great conversation. Had a great couple of conversations, actually. Should be a real interesting event coming up. Pretty stoked about it. Let's raid into Epic Prawn. Fuck it. Y'all know Prawn. Prawn's the homie. We're gonna go over there. So here's what you do if you're new. And you don't know how this works, we're going to go ahead and smash that raid button. Whenever we do, we're going to go into Epic Prawn stream. All right. I'm going to hit this raid button. At the end of stream, you're going to refresh your browser. It's going to take you over to Epic Prawn. Say hello to the homie. If you're in Facebook chat, be sure and use that link in the chat. If you're in YouTube, be sure and use that link to get over here into side chat so you don't miss the raid. If you're in Twitch, I'll just send you on over with the raid for Prawn. If you're in side chat, once you see this crossover to the starting soon screen, go ahead and hit that refresh button. Listen, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. It was a lot of fun. Had some great conversations. I look forward to streaming more often in the future. Do not forget to like the YouTube VOD, subscribe to my YouTube channel, follow me on Twitch, subscribe on the website, pay me your hard-earned dollars to stream, because we'd be streaming for a while. Today was a 5-hour stream. Holy shit, no wonder I'm so exhausted. Brain no worky. Plus, I gotta work tomorrow, so fuck all this. Anyway, I love you. It was a lot of fun, and we'll catch you on the flippity fling flong. Rock and roll.